guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
I'm Laura Winters. In the headlines this hour this Sunday, the Pentagon ordering and the U.S. military carrying out more strikes on Houthi terrorist targets in Yemen. This comes after at least 85 sites hit in Syria and Iraq. The Biden administration hitting Iran-backed proxy groups after 3 U.S. soldiers killed in a drone strike last week, many others injured. Their bodies flown back to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware on Friday. To Capitol Hill now, where the text of the new border bill being released, former President Trump urging Republican lawmakers to vote against it. Trump sitting down for an interview with Maria Bartiromo on Sunday Morning Futures on Fox News, saying it's no good for the Republicans, and frankly, any Republican that signs it should be ashamed of him or herself. Mike Gill, a man who worked in the Trump administration, dies after being shot in the head 5 days ago during a carjacking in Washington, D.C. The suspect, killed in a shootout with police later that night. Gill was simply sitting in his car on K Street in Washington when the suspect, Gill was sitting in his car on K Street in D.C. when the suspect got in and shot him. His wife, Christina, issuing a statement saying, "His sudden departure has left a void in our lives that can never be filled." President Biden making a campaign stop in Las Vegas, the president winning the Democrat primary in South Carolina Saturday.
South Carolina, we did it again. You did it for me again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 2020 and now again in 2024. Now let's go win the whole. Let's win it all.
We also learned the president, for a second year in a row, will not be sitting down for an interview prior to the Super Bowl next Sunday, which has become sort of a tradition in the country. No reason has been given. This is USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all-natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that, when combined, really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors: natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
In USA News for Your Health, there is word those high-energy drinks with caffeine may be bad for you. USA's Corey Myers with the very latest.
According to new research, those who drank energy drinks with caffeine or stimulants in them had a higher risk of mental health issues, including attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts.
To Capitol Hill now, where no charges being filed against the 2 men who had sex on a desk in a Senate hearing room. USA's John Schaefer reports.
The inquiry into an online video showing a congressional aide engaging in sexual activity within a Senate hearing room is now being ended by authorities. The U.S. Capitol Police say no evidence of criminal activity has been found. Following the revelation of the scandal late last year, Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland, a Democrat, declared that the implicated aide no longer had employment in his office.
Taking a look now at your money, a big burst in hiring taking place in January. The government says 353,000 jobs added. That's almost twice what economists had predicted for the month. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says unemployment at 3.7%. Strong tech earnings leading to a positive session on Wall Street. The Dow gaining 134 points to close at 38,654 Friday at the closing bell. That's a record. The Nasdaq up 267 points. The S&P 500 up 52 points. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Then looks like it is that time once again. Cue the microphone and here we go. Yes, indeed. Another weekend in the books. Close that one out. Actually, first weekend for February of 24. We're already rolling into day number 5. February 5th, 2024. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret studio. Coming to you from our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio. Yes, I got a few stars out there tonight. A little bit of a chill in the air, but I do believe Punxsutawney Phil is going to look like a meteorological genius over the next week or so. Because, of course, Friday morning, Punxsutawney Phil did not see his shadow. Early spring, so he says. And indeed, it's going to feel like a blast of springtime. Don't get it wrong. Well, winter's not over. We've got more wintry weather to come, but it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful sunny week with warmer temperatures for a good chunk of the country. Most of our travel difficulties as we get the new week started here are on the West Coast. And a little bit of rain still causing some slowdowns in the southeastern USA. But yeah, West Coast storm system, this is a doozy. We've had a train of storms, what they call the Atmospheric River or Pineapple Express. And the latest and strongest in this train of storms continues to come in on through Sunday night. Lots of rain for the coastal areas. They're saying for nearly the entire state of California, this is life-threatening flooding in the mix. Multifaceted in terms of threats and impacts. Not only flooding rain, but incredible winds, mountain snowfall that's going to be measured in feet. And the expansive reach of this storm will mean potential impacts for at least 5 western states. California is going to bear the brunt of the wind, the rain, and the snow. The public awareness and storm readiness have been the word through the weekend as life-threatening conditions may evolve in some communities. There are actually evacuations taking place in some areas as we speak and over the weekend. Roughly 94% of California's population, we're talking up to 37 million people, at risk for life-threatening flooding due to the numerous mountains and hills. Even just a few inches of rain can cause significant flooding. Greatest risk of a flooding disaster across the canyons and the hills of Southern California, especially Ventura, Santa Barbara, and Los Angeles counties. Now, as I look at the current radar sweep, there are still some pretty decent rains falling down in the Los Angeles area. Heaviest rains, again, this particular sweep looks like from right about San Francisco and northward. Much of north central California seeing some of those heavy rains. There's already been numerous reports of downed trees in towns and cities along the northern coastline throughout the day Sunday. Trees have been knocked into power lines and onto vehicles in places like Mendocino, California, according to some of the local reports. The first ever hurricane-force wind warning was issued for the state of California Sunday morning. Covered a corridor south of San Francisco Bay. Hurricane-force winds are categorized as winds exceeding 74 miles per hour. Through Monday, forecasters warn extremely strong southeast winds across parts of northern and central California, ranging from 50 to 70 miles per hour. Some gusts could approach 100 miles per hour. The winds had been ramping up through the day Sunday. However, locations around the San Francisco Bay had already seen gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour by early Sunday morning. Thousands without power. By Sunday afternoon, the outages had increased to over 174,000 customers without power. As this storm kind of doubles down on the heavy rain that we already had seen from a storm last Wednesday and Thursday, flooding conditions can quickly worsen with the soil already saturated in the elevated streams and rivers. Soaking rain's going to persist for most locations in California right through Tuesday of this week. The majority of the state will have a chance to collect at least 1 to 2 inches of rain between Saturday night and Tuesday. A large portion of southwestern and north central regions, 2 to 4 inches. Locations around the Los Angeles basin, the central California coast, could see rainfall totals 4 to 8 inches. The San Bernardino Mountains outside of L.A. projected to be a hot spot in terms of rain totals. They say rains from Saturday night to Tuesday could reach 8 to 12 inches across some of this mountainous region in Southern California. AccuWeather local storm totals could approach 24 inches. That's unheard of. Now, the intense rain over the coming days across parts of California can quickly lead to life-threatening flooding. Going back to Saturday, evacuation orders and warnings were already issued with heavy rain for numerous locations in Ventura County. A list of nearby emergency evacuation shelters had been provided by the sheriff's office for folks living in those affected regions. As that moisture continued to expand across the higher terrain of the Sierra Nevada and the mountains surrounding L.A. through Monday night, forecasters say 3 to 6 feet of snow can occur in places above 7,000 feet. For most passes around Southern California, snow shouldn't be a problem. Snow levels will be about 6,000 feet for most of the duration of this event, and then transitioning a bit higher overnight tonight, Sunday night into Monday morning. But heavy snow is expected for the resorts there. In the mountains, blizzard conditions may develop as the heavy snow combines with gusty winds upwards of 50 miles per hour. Avalanche watches have been put in place across the slopes of the Sierra Nevada. Experts warn the avalanche danger can rise to the extreme risks for all elevations by tonight, Sunday night. A bit further north, snow levels generally high through Tuesday, above 6,000 feet. Yeah, for places above 7,000 feet like Donner Pass, maybe 2 to 4 feet of snow expected between now and Tuesday. Lower elevations like Truckee, California, could see maybe 1 to 2 feet. So there you go. A few passes will be impacted, but big storms impacting the western USA. So how about Punxsutawney Phil? Soon after the biggest meteorological holiday, the famous resident of Punxsutawney, PA, emerged from his burrow to make his Groundhog Day forecast. Did not see his shadow Friday morning. Phil saw his shadow for the past 3 years, calling for a prolonged winter. This after 2019 and 2020, when he called for an early spring. Now, this tradition, as we know, dating back to the 1800s, massive crowds gathering there in Punxsutawney, PA. Now, did Phil's forecast match AccuWeather's spring outlook? They released their annual spring forecast last Wednesday, and some parts of the country will indeed see an early arrival of spring-like weather, while Old Man Winter will maintain his grip in other parts of the country. But, of course, spring, officially meteorological spring, begins Friday, March the 1st. Astronomical spring beginning on the equinox, which this year will be 11:06 p.m. Eastern Time on March the 19th, which sounds a little bit early, but keep in mind it is a leap year this year. There are 29 days in the month of February. All right, so here it is, greatest day of the week. What do you say, Ron?
Greatest day of the week. How you doing?
I'm here.
Yeah, me too. So I thought they were doing the big old coin toss instead of pulling that groundhog out of the hole.
I think that was the recommendation from PETA, wasn't it?
I don't know. I thought that was going to be a thing, but that town gets quite a bit of tourism.
Oh, absolutely.
From this, don't they?
30-some thousand people were there Friday morning.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they would even go for a coin toss.
No.
I mean, that kind of takes the tourism money away from them. Anyway, they had a NASCAR race Saturday night, but it was supposed to have been Sunday night. They moved it to Saturday night because of the rains. But I don't know. Looked like there was only a couple of hundred fans in the stands. I don't think anybody knew about it. I never knew about it because just happened to be on Facebook and I saw that they were starting to race. You get to see any of that?
I'll be quite honest, I didn't see squat this weekend. You know where I spent my weekend?
Oh?
In the bed.
Sick.
Everybody else has
Really?
been dealing. Friday. When I was doing my Friday morning show, I could feel something coming on, and I literally by noon Friday I was in bed, and hell, I've probably spent 20 hours Fridays, 20 hours Saturday in bed, and most of yesterday.
Wow. Well, if you can't beat them, join them, I guess.
Everybody, like I said, everybody else. I did the COVID test there Friday night or Saturday. I came back negative for COVID, but I know Rowan came home sick from school last week, and his daddy and his stepmom had all tested positive for like the influenza A. So I'm sure that's what he brought home to me.
Yeah, sounds like it. Like I said, I just took mine on a whim. I wasn't even feeling bad, and it came up positive for COVID. I felt a little bit of something, but if I was going to have to take off work, I wanted the weekend to be part of it. That's why I took it on Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have never thought it would have been positive for COVID, but it was. But I had read for that NASCAR race that the teams didn't want to, because it used to be at Daytona, the Clash. Well, they moved it out to L.A. because the teams didn't want to be in Florida for 3 weeks. But isn't it a shorter drive from Daytona up to North Carolina, where just about all the teams are at?
Right, you think?
Versus going all the way out to California and back. I don't even know what the race is, what it's for. There was only 23 cars, and it looks like it's on the outside of a football stadium
that's where they go into that stadium and lay down. I mean, they turn it into a racetrack. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the cars are too big for that, in my opinion. But I guess I don't know. It was what it was. Same old. Hamlin won. But anyway, 55 degrees coming up on Lake City, Florida. That's about all the news or anything I've got. Appreciate you taking my call.
Hey.
Think of something else.
As always.
I'll give it a shot after a while.
Thanks for reminding us. We all love Mondays. Greatest day of the week. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Is it good news or bad news? The fact that I come down, I mean, I probably would have missed a day or two of work if I got sick on a Monday, the way I felt over the weekend. So, nonetheless, I'm on the mend. Rowan was a lot sicker than I was. He had like 102 fever. Yeah, Friday night, Saturday night, still at 102. He's beginning to feel better. I don't think I ever had a fever. Didn't have just the body aches, just the congestion, the sinuses to where your teeth actually hurt from all the pressure in your head. Fun. But we're here to kick off a new week. All right, we're going to hear from the C&I dog. Lobster will be checking in here just ahead on a Monday morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I presume it must be like a blue moon kind of thing, because that's about as often as we hear from Lobster. Hey there.
Top of the morning to you, King Steve.
How the heck we doing there, Lobster? What brings you out at this early morning?
The disgusting amount of money my employer is paying me.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
They're short on drivers up at Albany, New York, and didn't have anybody qualified to do the double 48, so I ran up to Massachusetts. I'm almost back to Albany, drop this set off, go deliver a 53-foot trailer in Glen Falls, and then I'll come back and drop the trailer at Albany and then go grab my 2 trailers I dropped at the drop pad. Good paying day.
That sounds like a winner, yes.
I only come to work for one reason. That's to make the money.
Bingo.
And then next week I'm doing direct store deliveries in New Jersey. We have a newer division called Garden State where we deliver to Stop and Shop, ShopRite, Acme, and then last stop is a BJ's. So, and works good, and that pays even more than doing this. When they ask, I jump.
Now, moving all these tasty treats around the Northeast, do you get to sample products? Do you have a diet of cakes and cookies?
Absolutely not.
No.
You would be surprised the stuff that they threw away. I predominantly work on the cake side at Bimbo Bakery, but I'm doing bread this week. Encompassed in the cake division, are the Takis chips, which I guess are a big hit with the damn kids. They love those super, super spicy things and all that. And I was at one of our distribution centers, and they throw so much stuff away. I was taking pallets back in returns that don't expire until April. The manager says, here, take 4 or 5 cases of this stuff with you. And at the hotel I'm staying, I give them to all the people at the hotel. Here, you have it, and I am absolutely forbidden to bring it in the house. My wife said, you get any of that stuff, you get the Entenmann's cakes, the cookies, or whatever, the donuts, you put them on the front porch, and then in the morning you play Johnny Appleseed through the neighborhood and leave the stuff on people's porches. We don't need that in the house. That's it. You know what? In all honesty, I won't eat the stuff because I know I used to haul the raw ingredients to the Entenmann's Bakery, and a lot of it contains palm oil, palm kernel oil. That's like some of the worst oil that you could possibly consume. So knowing what goes in it, nah, I won't eat it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. All right.
That's, it's doing fun. I get to go to New York City every once, well, at least once a week I go there, and I'm laughing. I'm absolutely laughing at they're choking in the city on the illegal immigrants. It's bankrupting the city of New York because they just cannot handle all these illegal migrants. Just no place to put them. They're spending billions of dollars to open up closed hotels to house these people. And that doesn't even include the original homeless people they've had in New York City. I'm just laughing. At what point do this liberalism finally suffocate these people?
Mm-hmm.
I'm really starting to wonder about that. I'm sure that's been quite a bit of a topic, and kind of following the news too about what's going on in the Middle East. I guess the retaliatory attacks our president's mounted against the Iranian-backed groups that attacked our people and killed the 3 service people in Jordan last week, and I wonder where this is going to spiral out into, or out of control. Any speculations on your part?
You get the typical response from Iran. They said every action garners a reaction. So, I mean, that's what they kind of said after. I mean, then again, of course, we gave the Houthis a good week's advance notice that at some point in time we're going to retaliate. So I would imagine they had a whole lot of stuff all deep down in the bunkers, if you know what I mean.
Sounds like Iraq take 2, huh? Hey, we're coming. We're gonna squash you like a bug.
Yeah.
Hide all your stuff. Our foreign policy is absolutely atrocious.
Right. Well, Lobster, I got to hit my news break here, so we'll return right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The beginning of 2024 has seen robust job growth, with the U.S. economy adding 353,000 jobs last month, nearly double the anticipated increase, according to the Labor Department. The unemployment rate remained steady at 3.7% in January. Toxicology reports released this week revealed that the 3 men found dead and frozen at a Kansas City Chiefs watch party had 3 times the lethal amount of fentanyl, along with cocaine and THC in their systems. The incident happened in the backyard of their friend Jordan Willis' Kansas City home on January 9th, 2 days after the game. Former President Trump is criticizing the United Auto Workers Union after it endorsed President Biden's re-election campaign. During an interview with Fox Business, Trump said he never engaged in discussions with the UAW regarding an endorsement. He referred to the union as a hopeless case and accused it of steering the car industry into the poorhouse. John Schaefer, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing, and paying your taxes, and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Indeed, on a Monday, closing out the weekend, phone lines are open. And we were chatting with Lobster. So you've been with Bimbo, 3-4 years now? Time flies, Lobster.
Yeah, about 3.5 years now. Now, I don't work for Bimbo Bakeries directly. I work for Grocery Haulers Incorporated. We are one of the contractors that hauls their products. Don't have their own in-house trucking fleet anymore.
Okay.
They back when, let's see, they've bought Bimbo's the bakery mafia. They own everything now. And when they bought up like Thomas's English Muffins, they had their own fleet. Freihofer Bakery, which is northern New York, they had their own fleet of trucks. Stroman had their own fleet. Sara Lee had their own fleet. And when George Weston sold out and Bimbo bought them out, they just took and eliminated all those jobs. And we share a contract with NFI at the facility I work out of. We cover pretty much Virginia to Maine, and there's I don't know who covers out to Ohio and all that, but they little bit of everything. Every once in a while, I keep finding another brand that they bought up and all that. They, pretty much if the bread you eat, they pretty much make it. They only have two really major competitors: is Schmidt and down south Flowers Bakery. And all that. But, once you close it up in a trailer, a load of Entenmann's Donuts moves just like a load of Aldi's bread, which they make Aldi bread too.
Yeah.
So we do whatever. Like I say, this week I'm just doing bread. No cake this week. But again, it's something to do. I love it. It's easy work. They treat us well. They pay us fantastically. Just come to work and do your job. And we have guys that can't seem to do it.
Wow.
They don't want to work. I was told when I was hired, you can make as much money as you legally want to with any hours you have to work. Work for it, we'll pay you. I'm doing it. Let me say, having a good time. I'm looking forward to getting back on a regular diet of night shift. I've had enough of the day stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Too many people out during the day.
No doubt, especially places like New York. That's nuts.
Yeah, I generally go to Queens and Long Island. That's my normal Tuesday gig. But, sometimes you got to do it, maybe another day in the week. I never know where I'm going day to day. All I know is I end up at the same place, and I go home and sleep in my own bed with my lovely wife, the 4 wiener dogs, and sadly we're down to one cat. One of my trucking kitty cat. He passed away 2 weeks ago.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, King George. I picked him up in 2011 at the Louisville Truck Show, and he loved riding in a truck. It was the damnedest cat I ever had. I had another cat that she used to like to ride in the truck too, and loved it. And he took it. He had to be. I had him since 2011, and the rescue said he was 5 or 6 years old when I got him. So he lived to a ripe old age, and I was glad he passed away at home. It's not something I was wanting to do, was to have to take him into the vet and do the the euthanasia thing.
That's
but
hard.
The good thing about that is, we can do that for animals. We can't do that for suffering humans, and that's sad. But that's a whole other topic for another day. But I need to jump off here, Steve.
Very
I'm about
good.
to cross the mighty Hudson River. And maybe we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hey, great to hear from you. Safe travels out there, and thanks for checking in, Lobster. Well, the C&I dog. How was your Groundhog Day?
How you doing?
Doing good.
Sorry I didn't call in, but I was getting up about the time you went off the air. I had to charge up my batteries. I have solar panels, We were out all day. And we stayed all the way till the dance at night. You remember in the movie where they had Bill Murray playing the piano?
Yes.
That is the Moose Lodge. And we ended up the night over there, had a great time. The guy who worked on the Blues Brothers movie, worked on this Harold Ramis movie, Groundhog Day, also gave a tour of the place and explained a lot of things. He told us about a story of John Belushi's taking shaving cream and autographing the wall. He goes, man, I wish I would have took a piece of that wall with me. But it was great. There was a lot of people there. There was live news there. Tom Skilling, which is a Chicago celebrity weatherman, he was the MC, as I would call him. I looked at the groundhog close up. He looked a little upset. I think I sent you a picture of him. And he looked a little upset being held up, but that was all right.
Well, they're waking him up. He's supposed to be hibernating, right?
Yes. Believe it or not, around our area, we got a lot of bugs starting to move around. We've seen a caterpillar and some box elder bugs. I think the warm weather's kind of confusing them. But it was a great time.
So you're at you were at the where this is where they actually filmed the movie Groundhog Day, and I think a lot of people, until you informed, I always thought it was actually filmed there in Punxsutawney, PA, but they actually set up a special set, and so I guess over the years, every Groundhog Day, it's kind of growing where everybody goes back where they actually filmed the movie. Is the town? Can you? Do you take a tour of the town, like where they filmed this and filmed that? That's what you were doing, right?
Yes. Okay. The inn that he was staying is the Cherry Inn over there.
Yeah.
And I actually stayed in the room with the view. I think I might have told you that before. The view where he comes out every night or every morning to see the groundhog. They actually built a studio set for him. If you notice that the windows are kind of frosted, in the set, and the bathtub that he was standing in, that was also on the set. The staircase that he was in and the people sitting in there, that also was in a studio. He said that was 30 feet high. Then the bowling alley is authentic. They have a cutout of him sitting at the bar, but we went to the bowling alley, visit that. We went to the movie theater where he walked up looking like Clint Eastwood, dressed up like Clint Eastwood.
Yep.
And they showed where he had the snowball fight. They showed where he had, carved the ice with the chainsaw.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Bill Murray was in Chicago, but he was at Navy Pier. He was talking about the Harold Ramis movie, Groundhog Day, and, kind of commemorating that to, the guy who passed away. One of the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, right. So, and then they actually have several showings of the movie Groundhog Day there that do they do that like in the actual theater from the film?
Yes. It was in the 12 o'clock hour.
Mm-hmm.
All the theaters that they have in town were watching. You could watch the movie, and then there's also another showing around 7 p.m. And then a couple of days afterwards they showed it too.
Now, do they have that music, the Pennsylvania polka, playing out there? And
yes,
do that really? How about that?
Yes. They had a German band playing in the beginning, and they did that just before Tom Skilling came out. It was fun.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Sikasaki, oi, oi, oi. He had us all going,
Yeah.
We had news people behind us. You couldn't see me. I tried looking in the crowd, but I didn't see myself. But we were real close to the stage. And there were a lot of people there. And this one restaurant was giving out free pizza. Free slices of pizza.
Mm-hmm.
They had world peace, I guess, vermouth. What was it? The woman requested. You remember in the movie? She requested a certain type of drink.
Uh-huh.
They served that up to everybody. When we went to the dance, we got to sit with people we don't know, and we actually had a great time. An older couple and a younger couple. The girl was dressed up as Woody from Toy Story. And the other guy was dressed up as a groundhog. And, it was great. I'd recommend people to go out there and go to Groundhog's Day. There were a lot of people there. Met somebody from Connecticut, somebody from Utah, somebody from Pennsylvania. So, and people were all together. Everybody was in a great mood. Everybody was packed in there. It was just a great time.
Good time.
It really was.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your Groundhog Day there, and I'm glad that the Punxsutawney did not see his shadow.
Yeah, I was going to have a talk with him if he thought differently, of course. Because I drive in that stuff. Oh, one more thing I want to share with you real quick. You guys used to talk about if you had a stair tire flat. You remember the bad weather we were having? It was kind of a drizzly rain, but there was plenty of salt on the road. I had a stair tire go out on the driver's side, and it was greasy. I moved towards the center a little bit. I put my four-ways on. The guy behind me put his four-ways on. He knew something was going on with me. But I tried, slowing it down before I got to the shoulder. I was afraid that because it was swinging back and forth, because I drive doubles, that it would catch the rear tires and start pulling me towards the ditch.
Mm-hmm.
But I got it to slow down, and then I pulled over onto the shoulder and sat there for 5 hours to get it fixed. But the guy told me that back in the day when you had no power steering, flat tire was a nightmare. But with power steering, it's not as bad.
Interesting.
So you don't have to accelerate a little bit more to get it under control.
And that was always the debate of having a speed limiter. If you've got your foot to the floor, you ain't got nothing to accelerate. You know, you've got all you got. And
Yep. But it's not as bad as I thought it was, and I wasn't as scared as I thought it would have been. I've always wondered, what would that be like, you know? And it was one heck of a week, because twice I went down to Memphis into the ice zone down there, you know, just took it real slow when I got to across the border, because that's where it was mostly not taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
Memphis is, you know, God giveth, God taketh away, which is okay by me. I don't care. But, yeah, it's not as bad as you think it is. But if you had somebody next to you, when it goes out, that could be a different story, because it does kind of move around a little bit. But I survived.
There you go. Well, consider yourself one of the lucky ones, because not everybody is able to get it back under control, right? All right, we're going to get straight from the horse's mouth, a.k.a. the gouger's mouth. But I saw the story out of Memphis over the weekend. And according to the reports, for several hours, there was no way to get from Memphis across the Mississippi River into Arkansas and vice versa, as hundreds of people protesting Israel's war against Palestine blocked the I-40 Hernando de Soto Bridge. And, of course, this as the only other bridge across the river that carries I-55 was closed over the weekend for repair work. So everything, you can't get there from here. The protest was organized by Memphis Voices for Palestine and Palestinian Memphians who have relatives in both Gaza and the West Bank, according to the Commercial Appeal. Spokesperson for Memphis Voices for Palestine said that the protesters assembled Saturday to demand a ceasefire in the ongoing Israeli-Hamas war. Now, what Memphis is supposed to do to demand a ceasefire in Israel, I don't know what the hell they're trying to prove, but she said she felt a sense of guilt and an obligation to speak on behalf of Palestinians who are in Gaza and the West Bank, while her own family had come to the U.S. Now, at first, protesters left the westbound lanes open, but I guess about 3:45 in the afternoon, when the police arrived, everything was blocked, and cars and semis backed up for miles and several hours. I guess it was a pretty tense situation, and you were caught up in the middle of it.
Steve, I was closer to it than I wanted to be. I can tell you that. The newspaper and these news outlets lying their ass off. We've seen a whole different scenario firsthand. And when I was reading some of them newspaper clips tonight or this afternoon when I woke up, I told Debbie, I said, this is a bald-faced lie. That was a well-orchestrated, militant Army stage stunt. And it makes you think. But, Steve, I was coming out of Amarillo, Texas Friday night, and Blue Junebug called me and said, hey, you can't go across the 55 bridge. And I said, really? He said, yeah, it's closed. It closed at 9 o'clock, not for maintenance. And I said, okay. I said, there ain't going to be no problem. I said, I'll just go across the 40. She said, you need to go through Dallas. And I said, I ain't going back that way. I ain't going in there and fight them hooligans down there around 635. So I shot on across 40, got over there to Earl, Arkansas, and lay down, went to sleep, got my break in, went in, took a shower, and when I was at the Burger King and was sitting there eating. And there was 4 or 5 of these Antifa-looking people in there, dressed up in this Palestinian garb,
Right.
you know. And I didn't think nothing about it. I at that time, that, you know, they wasn't bothering me. I was just trying to eat my burger, and I had the Marina Del Rey on my mind. And while I was sitting there, there was a man and woman come by, and they had 2 little boys, and they was wanting to know about my arm, and I took the extra 30 minutes to talk to them, you know, and explain to them what was going on. So those people that was in there at that Burger King, they was getting a lot of hamburgers. I mean, sacks of them. And I still, you know, it didn't register on me. You know, I didn't. There wasn't, you know. Didn't know that this was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So we start toward Memphis, and somebody had thrown boxes of blue bags all in the eastbound lane. I mean, just tons of them. And we was having to slow down and go around them and everything, you know. So I don't know if it was a part of the protest or not, riot or whatever you want to call it. So when we started up on the bridge, Grumpy called me. He was talking to me. He said, "Where you at?" And I said, "I just got going good." I said, "I'm fitting to get up on the bridge here." And my truck was sitting in Tennessee. My Tanners was sitting in Arkansas. That's how close I was to it.
Wow.
I was about 150 yards from the first where the bridge actually broke in two. You remember when we had that bridge break a couple of years ago?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it just come stop. And I said, "Damn, Grump." I said, "This is all I needed this morning." I said, "I'm running close on time anyway." And I said, "They done had a wreck on the bridge." So he said, "Well, wait a minute, let me look at it." So he goes to the Memphis traffic, and they said, "Yeah, there'd been a wreck on the bridge." Well, when I'm talking to him, two women come running back down the bridge, dressed up in this Palestine garb and stuff.
Yep.
And I said, "You know something, Grump?" I said, I believe they're having a damn riot up here. No, they ain't saying no riot. I said, "I just seen 2 these Antifa-looking people run down the bridge." He said, "They might be running from the wreck. Can't tell." And about that time, all hell broke loose. There was people running up the side of the bridge, running to join this thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We was on that bridge. I think that thing it happened around maybe 2:45, and we was on that bridge for about maybe 45 minutes before we seen the first police officer. And there was 2 Arkansas State troopers coming up there, and they were loaded for bear, AR-15s. I mean, the whole 9 yards. And a couple of us drivers had got out, and we were sitting there talking, and the trooper told us, he said, "Hey, look," he said, "all these people standing out, can you all help us? Can y'all help us get these people back in these cars?" And said, "If they want to stand out there, get them back across the Arkansas line." And we said, "Well, why?" I said, "Well," "if this thing goes south and we come running back, y'all better be ready to truck up, because we don't know what we're dealing with up here." And said, "I got to go." So I reckon they was kind of like the point man that was going to go up in a such situation and talk to the other troopers coming on scene. Well, there was a lady, and all we called her was Hawkeye. She was sitting 5 feet up there from where this thing happened. And she was giving us radio reports telling us the man said they're going crazy up here. Said there's more of them coming. Now, they reported 100 people on the bridge. I seen about maybe 300 from my vantage point.
Yeah, the story I had says 300 plus is what I had.
Right. It was probably a little more than that. But that's about how many I would estimate. So it was another good 20 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. Grunt was talking. I said, hey, boy, I said, they done stopped the westbound lane. I said, look here, let me get out here and see what's going on. And I'll call you back later. He said, okay, well, let me know, man. Let me know. Keep me informed. I will, Grump. I'll let you know everything's going on. So we had walked from around the trailers and looked up the road and crossed the Jersey barrier and was looking back up the road. And, man, they was hooping it up there. I mean, you could hear them down there where we was at. And about that time, we looked down the road, and here come the cavalry, baby. Arkansas State Patrol, West Memphis Patrol, Arkansas Special Police. I mean,
all come rolling in. Okay, well, we got to pause there, but be right back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, handling Donald Trump's Georgia election interference case, has responded to misconduct allegations. In a court filing, she acknowledged she has a personal relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, who was appointed to oversee the case. While denying any taint to the proceedings, defendants claim Willis financially benefited by hiring Wade, her alleged romantic partner, for hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're seeking a dismissal of the case. The federal election interference trial involving Donald Trump is being delayed as the judge officially canceled the scheduled March 4th trial. This comes as an appeals court considers Trump's claim of presidential immunity in the case. The court will establish a fresh trial date if and when the mandate is returned by the appeals court. The postponement is seen as a victory for the former president, who has consistently sought to defer the trial until after the 2024 presidential election. The majority leader in the U.S. Senate says text of a bipartisan border deal in the chamber is being made available for everyone to see.
Conversations are ongoing. Some issues still need resolution, but we are getting very close on the National Security Supplemental.
Chuck Schumer promised to have a vote for the bill's passage out of the U.S. Senate by the middle of next week. In the House, Republican Speaker Mike Johnson has said the bill faces an uphill climb, where conservative lawmakers don't believe it goes far enough to deter illegal immigration. The beginning of 2024 has seen robust job growth, with the U.S. economy adding 353,000 jobs last month. It's nearly double the anticipated increase, according to the Labor Department. The unemployment rate remains steady at 3.7% in January. Former President Trump is criticizing the United Auto Workers Union after it endorsed President Biden's re-election campaign. During an interview with Fox Business, Trump said he never engaged in talks with the UAW regarding an endorsement. He referred to the union as a hopeless case. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Actor Carl Weathers has passed away at 76. Recognized for his role as Apollo Creed in the initial 4 Rocky films, he died peacefully in his sleep on Thursday, according to his family. Weathers also was featured in notable films like Happy Gilmore, Predator, and Action Jackson. Most recently, he portrayed Greef Karga in the popular Star Wars series The Mandalorian. A decision on the New York business fraud case involving former President Trump is anticipated within the next 2 weeks. That's according to a spokesperson for the Office of Court Administration. That case, brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James, is awaiting a written ruling from Judge Arthur Engoron. James has asserted that Trump and his company should be held accountable for their alleged illicit earnings, with a suggested payment of $370 million. Meteorologists are warning of potentially life-threatening impacts from the approaching Pineapple Express in California. The National Weather Service in Los Angeles predicts an atmospheric river delivering up to 8 inches of rain from San Diego to Monterey from late Saturday to early Wednesday. The storm may lead to flash flooding, mudslides, power outages, and substantial snowfall in mountainous areas. And in Pennsylvania, groundhog Punxsutawney Phil is predicting an early spring, as he did not see his shadow. This means there will not be 6 more weeks of winter. Despite suggestions from PETA to replace the groundhog display with a coin flip, the traditional forecast proceeded as planned Friday morning. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much, and welcome back, or maybe welcome aboard for those just joining us. We close out the weekend, Monday, greatest day of the week coming on here. All right, so we left off. We were chatting with the Carolina Monkey Gaucho. They got caught up right there in the heart of the incident on the I-40 bridge, shutting things down Saturday afternoon. So we've got hundreds of people out there in the middle of the bridge blocking traffic, protesting. How did these people drive and just park their cars, or how did they all get there on the bridge? Do you know?
What they done, Steve, is they orchestrated this. That's what I'm saying. This was a well-planned deal. They had the ducks in a row. They knew the 55 bridge was down.
Yep.
So what they done was they had cars that was running up front. And now I can't say what happened on the Tennessee side after you start down to where Front Street and all that takes off into Memphis, because I could not see it. I'm just going by what the driver was saying on the CB radio. They blocked all three lanes, parked the cars, jumped, and they had two that went over the bridge and went to the Front Street exit and blocked it off. Now, Tennessee is virtually almost cut off now because nobody can come up that exit ramp to the interstate to help us or nothing. So we looked up, here come the cavalry from the Arkansas State Patrol, West Memphis and all them, and they went on up there toward where the rioters was. And then we seen them start backing up, and, we asked them, said, hey, what's going on? Tennessee told us to get our butt back across the Arkansas line, that we're out of our jurisdiction. And, wow, So by this time, Steve, there was probably 50, and this is what made me so proud to be an American and be a trucker. You didn't have time to process, to get scared or anything, because we was looking out for the elderly people on the bridge that were scared to death. And there was white drivers, black drivers, Mexican drivers, even the Indians from India was there, standing up in that crowd talking. Nobody was, and there was a guy, I called him the Bear. He was a sheik from India. And this guy was big. He was and muscled up and talked very fluent English with hardly no accent. And he said, guys, this is what we got to do. He said, we got to protect these elderly people on this bridge. And said, we need to get the ones that we can to the back of these trucks in Arkansas. And there was a woman there. She was really crippled up bad. She was all shook up. And we told us, hey, just come back here for us, and everything will be all right. You ain't got nothing to worry about. So and there was a lawyer from Omaha, Nebraska, a lady lawyer. She retired lawyer, and her husband. They was on their way to Alabama, and she said, if there was a life-threatening event happening right now and our ambulance was trying to get across here and that person died,
yep,
that everybody in that party could be charged with murder. Now, we could hear some radio squawk on the radios from the Arkansas State Patrol. Next thing we know, they mounted up. They took off up the damn bridge. Above it, and they went up there smoking. And Steve, I don't know what happened up there because we could not see what was happening, but we seen them load 3 people up in an ambulance. And they went up there and they run them out that westbound lane. Just completely moved them off the interstate. So the westbound lane starts rolling, And so I was putting pictures on Facebook telling everybody to avoid there because they asked us to call a company, divert the truck, cut them off, whatever they got to do to get the situation cleared up. And at the sheriff's office here at home, all them boys are on my Facebook, and they called JJ and said, hey, your daddy's in trouble. And said he's in trouble. Said, yeah, something going on over there in Memphis. He's trapped. Well, JJ called. And he said, Daddy, what's going on? And I said, we're a riot or some kind of these idiots. And Steve, I never seen anybody but one person that looked like they might have been a Middle Easterner. All of them were these little young, white, Antifa-looking punks is what that was over there.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make a name for, and the ones that were running up to the bridge, all of them had handheld radios, right? So right before they took off up there, and they figured they was trapped. There was a lady, and she looked like she might have been Lebanese or whatever. I couldn't tell, but she walked down there, and the Arkansas State Patrol cut her off. And the man was very, very nice to her, and he said, look, he said, you need to go back to where you come from. And she said, I can't go back. My car's down there, my car. He said, ma'am, listen to me. If you come across this state line right here, we're going to arrest you. We're going to charge you for inciting a riot, interrupting interstate commerce, and something else he said there. He said, do you understand me? If you cross this line, you will be arrested. And so I reckon she thought she could run, and she went to dart around them, and they just politely, they didn't manhandle or nothing. They just grabbed her, walked her off the bridge walked her off down there to wherever the cars were. We couldn't see what was going on, and next thing we know, one of the cars shot off the end of the bridge down there. So we seen that one get arrested, or we thought got arrested. Well, these punks with these damn two-way radios, when they figured they was fitting to get high scaffold, they come running down the side of the bridge like they went up. Well, we had done got on that side of the bridge, and they got within 5 feet of us, and he was hollering, don't come this way, don't come this way. These damn truck drivers have got us cut off. Go the other way. So, I mean, they didn't have no choice either to go by, try to run us over, and that wasn't going to happen, or either go back up there. So they run in front of the trucks and went to jump off over in Arkansas. There was 4 or 5 of them. They crossed the line. They got, hey, put in the car and escorted. So we know we've seen 6 got arrested up there. So they get the westbound lane to rolling, and this trooper that kept us informed. I mean, I can't say enough for the Arkansas State Police and the West Memphis Police. Now, I don't know what happened over there across that bridge. I'm just getting sick, but I don't have too much to say about that mayor or the governor of Tennessee right at this moment. They didn't handle that very well. No, I mean, we sat there another probably 45 minutes to an hour waiting for them to figure out what they were going to do with them. And I don't know who you get the order up there, whether it come out of Memphis or Nashville, whatever. They said, we're just going to push them off onto Front Street. So JJ was talking to me. He could see the traffic feed right there where it was going on. And he said, Daddy, it don't look good up there, man. He said, they still raising hell up there. He said, there must be 300 or 400, 500 people look like up there. And so they're not moving them. And I said, okay. He said, you okay? I said, yeah. I said, we're fine. We're doing good, Everything is okay. Well, we got back out the cars and was standing there, and I was talking to that lawyer, and a bunch of us drivers together back up. And this news reporter that was for the Palestinian movement come down there and had this big old camera. And he stopped right there at me and said, can I say something to you? If I could say anything, that lawyer said, who are you representing? He said, well, I'm representing the movement. He said, get the hell out of here. And said, don't you snap the first picture to act like we are supporting this, because we are not in support of this. Now, you better move on. So we're sitting there, and this one trooper, it was across the median from us. They had blocked the left lane, got in a line and blocked it off. And everybody's having to run the first and second lane coming off the bridge, coming west. He said, boys, I think y'all is going to go this time. He said, I think they've got them got them deal. Well, JJ called and said, Daddy, they getting them off the bridge. You can go ahead and move. So when we was going across, they had took like 4 police cars and pushed them people off that front street exit going down toward Mud Island. And that was something else. They had 3 or 4 SWAT boats down there looking up at the bridge. I mean, Steve, it was really unnerving. I mean, you know, all this firepower and you know, we don't know what's going, you know, we're just, we're stunned. We never imagined anything like this would be going on. I mean, you know, I always said, I've said this 1,000 times. If they ever block the I-20 bridge, the I-10 bridge, all the bridges going up that Mississippi River, they could control this country. And I believe they proved the point just to see where. I believe this was just a little sampling of what they got in store.
Just a trial run.
It was a trial run, and Steve, I mean, I'm against what they done. I'm 100% against what they done, but they proved the point, and it was well orchestrated. I mean, they had them pumps running around with them 2-way radios, and I mean, it looked like a military thing going on. Really did. I mean, the way they done it, the way they pulled it off, everything. I mean, it's when you know, it didn't really hit me till I got off out of Memphis and got the other side of Memphis, and then it sunk in. You know, what the hell were they up to? We don't know what. I mean, you talking about these Palestinians? You don't know what the hell they up to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we didn't know they was gonna blow a hole in that bridge. But the funny thing, if there is any funniness in this craziness, there was a tank. See, I had a hazmat load in front of me in a tanker, and I had a suicide jockey on the right, gas hauler on the right hand side of me. And he was a little young guy, and he come over there and he said, "Hey, driver," said, "you feel that bridge jumping?" I said, "Don't you go where you pick to say." He said, "What? This thing might fall in?" And everybody started laughing. He said, "You know, we ain't about 150 yards from where all this happened." And I mean, if you look in the pictures, I mean, it was just a line of trucks. And you remember what happened in Minneapolis, St. Paul, when they was doing that road construction, had that bridge overloaded, and it fell in because all them trucks being up there.
Yep.
This could have been the same scenario.
Wow. I
mean, it was crazy, Steve. I mean, it was something right out of a science fiction movie. But like I say, I'm not real happy with Memphis or the Tennessee State Patrol. They just, I mean, I don't know who was holding them back or what happened, but this should have never happened. I mean, it was just crazy. I mean, it took them too long. It was like they was going to go ahead and let them have the thing to somebody in Nashville. I don't know where it come out of, Nashville or whoever's over the highway patrol there in Tennessee. When they find an hour after the fact, they start making the move, you know, to get them off of there. They should have went there and knocked them in the heads and run them off that bridge anyway. But, yeah, it was a trying time up there, Steve. I hope I don't ever have to go through this again. But that's always been one of my fears, is that I-40 bridge gives me the heebie-jeebies. It always has. Oh, and I mean, it's Saturday afternoon it come true. I mean, it was unnerving up there. I can tell you that. And to be that close to it.
And there's, you know
what I'm saying?
How many people? There's a lot of people that are really, really fearful of going over bridges anyway. Can you imagine being stuck up there on the bridge? And you know, so I bet there were some terrified people up there.
They were, Steve. There was one lady there. Her car is in one of the pictures, a red SUV. And she said, "Can you come and stand up here and talk to me, son?" I was like, "Yeah, I'll talk to you." Well, she lived in Memphis, and she had been to see her mama and was on the way back. The children was calling, and they was all upset. And she said, "Well, you tell my children that you're going to take care of me." And I said, "Yeah, I'll do it." So I say, hey, don't worry about nothing. We ain't gonna let the PLO get your mama. We're gonna take care of her. You know, and they said, thank you. But before we left there, when we was all getting ready to mount up for the last time, that lawyer come over and hugged every truck driver in that group and said, I want to tell you boys something right now. I have a new opinion about truck drivers. Y'all getting a dirty rap from the press. Wow. Because y'all's not the mean older people I thought y'all were. So, I mean, you know, that's pretty much the gist of it, man. I mean, it was a trying 2 hours and 45 minutes up there.
So I suppose, I don't know, were you ever happier to pull into the Marina Del Rey and say, I'm home?
Oh, Steve, man. And see, I was running tight on time, and I got to Atlanta and got tight. They had another rig in Atlanta over there on 20, and it was backed up 4 or 5 miles, and I said, I'm not going to make it up. When I pulled in the yard, I had 5 minutes left on my drive time. So it was a nerve-wracking. It was a nerve-wracking trip. But you talking about being happy this morning? I thank the good Lord for getting me home safe. I mean, I tell you, and I had all my grandchildren here today at this house. I was just glad to see them. I mean, you know. But I got some pictures. I'm gonna put them up when I figure out how to screenshot them. JJ was watching the live feed and had everybody around there looking at it. And you can see me coming off the bridge, and then right at that, Danny Thomas with the cancer thing is for the children, the Danny Thomas Cancer to St. Jude's. You can see a perfect shot of the monkey gouger coming around the curve, leaving town. But it's amazing with technology, that we could had people looking out for us. I mean, Grunt was working overtime trying to find out what he could. JJ's working on it. We're working the CB radio. We're working FaceTime. I mean, it was a lot going on there, and a lot of stuff, taking place there. But that's about all I got tonight, Steve. I just wanted to call you and let you know that we did make it home safe to Marina Del Rey, and glad that fiasco's over with. But the government needs to do something about these people stopping trucks, and especially on that bridge, because that bridge, I don't think it's stable anyway. I mean, that thing was bouncing. I mean, it had that gasoline tanker bouncing up down, that gas sloshing around in there and everything. And I mean, it was unnerving. Like you said, there was a lot of people on that bridge were scared, slapped, jammed, damned to death.
Wow.
And you could see the fear in their eyes. So anyway, buddy, we're going to go get in the bed. I just wanted to call you and tell everybody what was going on. And thank you for taking my call.
Well, I appreciate the full report. There's another something or other you can scratch off your bucket list. I don't think that's one that he actually wanted to experience, but we'll return. Let's see. Let's just take it to the bottom of the hour break. I did mention Mother Nature is going to make Punxsutawney Phil look like a meteorological genius over the next week or so, as an unseasonably warm spring-like pattern is going to set up across the Midwest and even parts of the Northeast. Now, along with the warm-up will be, lo and behold, abundant sunshine and an extended period of dry weather under a strong area of high pressure. This is a big change from a very damp, cloudy pattern that we've seen across this region. A big northward bulge in the jet stream has driven all that Arctic air out of the country. There's just nothing to replace it, so it's going to be a warm pattern here for February. Now, it's going to kick off. Some of it kicked off last week. We saw some record high temperatures, readings 10 to 20 degrees above normal for the end of January and the start of February. Going back to last Thursday, new record highs. Fargo, North Dakota, Green Bay, Wisconsin, Lincoln, Nebraska, temperatures soared into the 40s and 50s. The most impressive record was Waterloo, Iowa, where the mercury hit 57 degrees. shattered the old mark of 48 from 1931 by a whopping 9 degrees. A day before that, International Falls, Minnesota, notched their first ever 50-degree day in January when they hit 53 degrees. Now, temperatures typically only top out in the 20s and lower 30s this time of year. We're going to be looking at a pretty consistent 40s, 50s, even maybe some 60s through the new week. More records will undoubtedly be broken here. Snow cover across the northern plains and the eastern Rockies is unusually low for this time of year. Very patchy. And because of that, there's nothing really to hold temperatures back. A lot of the sun's energy will not be focused on melting snow. That energy will instead go to raising temperatures. The sunny weather will also extend into the northeast. Temperatures not as high as in the north central states, but probably still a few degrees above normal for much of this coming week. Sunshine, we ain't seen a lot of it. It's been a rare treat in Pittsburgh. January went down as the cloudiest month on record. 28 out of 31 days featured overcast skies. So if you felt like, I haven't seen the sun in a long time, that's because you hadn't. Philadelphia wasn't far behind. 22 of 31 days were cloudy there. Now, so this extended stretch of dry, sunny, mild weather presents, well, some pros and cons as we head into the spring. The warmth, which has led to very little snow on the ground, means little snowmelt going into spring. Now, this may aid in farmers getting fields planted more easily, but it might also mean quicker drying of fields and may be a precursor to drought conditions down the road, they say. Yeah, the long-range forecasters expect a bit of a change in the dry, mild weather that'll put Punxsutawney Phil's prediction of an early spring in jeopardy, maybe. Just enjoy a few days. They say, looks like around Valentine's Day we may see another shot of cooler air, so that's coming up in about 10 days, right?
USA News Update. The beginning of 2024 has seen robust job growth, with the U.S. economy adding 353,000 jobs last month, nearly double the anticipated increase, according to the Labor Department. The unemployment rate remained steady at 3.7% in January. Toxicology reports released this week revealed that the 3 men found dead and frozen at a Kansas City Chiefs watch party had 3 times the lethal amount of fentanyl, along with cocaine and THC in their systems. The incident happened in the backyard of their friend Jordan Willis' Kansas City home on January 9th, 2 days after the game. Former President Trump is criticizing the United Auto Workers Union after it endorsed President Biden's re-election campaign. During an interview with Fox Business, Trump said he never engaged in discussions with the UAW regarding an endorsement. He referred to the union as a hopeless case and accused it of steering the car industry into the poorhouse. John Schaefer, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65. And you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Good to have you on board. Hope you had a good weekend. Here comes a Monday. All right. So we settle in back to the old grind. Philly Dan, hi there. That time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Jacob says, hello, Mr. Summers in the overnight drive. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down, be safe at the New York-New Jersey state line. 33 tonight. Marianne checks in. Hope everybody's doing well. She said she's doing okay. Good morning from the Flying J, Franklin, Kentucky. Brian checks in. Hope everybody has a safe day. I'm delivering in Portland, Tennessee. All right. There's Canadian Terry, Knoxville, Tennessee tonight, 52 clear. Got an Atlanta delivery this afternoon. Everybody be safe out there. Good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience. All, please take a moment and say a prayer for Miss Millie. She's had a couple of very trying days. She always sends us blessings. Now it's time to send her your blessings. All out on the road, please stay safe. From the Dipsy driver. All right, good to hear from you, Dipsy. Mike in Beaver Creek, good morning to the overnight family. 5-7, copy the mail. There is Miss Millie. Hello, Steve. All the listeners, 39 feels like 35. A little breezy here in Bracken County, the Bluegrass State. Everybody be careful. Get home to your destinations. And as always, be blessed. Have a great week ahead. The Arizona Window Truckers in the house. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, good morning. 41 degrees at the Weiss Compound, Southwest Missouri this morning. Getting things ready to load up this powerful chrome-plated cow truck and head back out into the trail to make more trucking history. Had a nice weekend hanging out with the hot blonde wife. A special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the hometown of Myra Bell Shirley, a.k.a. Bell Star. All right. Yeah, I think I saw some of your posts there. Everything went well. Had the breast cancer awareness fundraiser over the weekend there that Mr. Weiss attended with his hot blonde wife. Hello, Pappy, the midnight hour, greatest day of the week. Where somewhere beneath the Earth's crust, Mr. Summers, throwing the switches, turning the knobs on the hotshot secret bunker. The FR3 antenna is up, the Stiction Eliminator power mic is on, and the nocturnal listeners for the live broadcast of the Overnight Drive. Saddle up. Are you ready to roll? Okay, are you with me? Hello to the Ice Cream Man, checking here in, Hamilton, Alabama tonight. Bob in Grand Rapids, Michigan says, hello, good to have you with us. What do we got? Dingbat is in the house, indeed. Buckeye Boy checks in here. I-8 about 100 miles east of San Diego. 60 degrees, no rain yet. I'm probably going to take tomorrow off to reset my hours, then deliver Tuesday, then it's over to L.A. and Albuquerque to pick up and head back toward Georgia. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. You know, all that talk of the rain. Be careful out there on the West Coast, Buckeye Boy. There's Dingbat, the lovely Dingbat. 46 here in West Memphis, Arkansas. Unfortunately, it's time to go back Monday after me and the bed were good friends for a few days after having that nasty flu bug. Yeah, thanks, Dingbat. You passed that my way, didn't you? Not a lot going around here, but just chilling around the house. Brain Dead's delivering those groceries around town. Hope everybody's doing well. Have a great night. Be safe out there. Keep on trucking. Has anyone seen Wilson? I'm asking for a pilot at FedEx. Jerry says, good morning from Kokomo. And there's Timothy on board. Speaking of Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Thursday to me. It's a balmy 45 at Memphis International Airport. It's pretty much rained here the last 24 hours. Kind of a light but steady rain. None of that heavy rain stuff, but, well, I'm starting off with something unusual. It's a dry grocery load. I heard that cheapskate lobster talking about the illegals in New York City. Sent you a story this weekend about the rapper 50 Cent and backing Trump's cause. The New York City mayor is going to be giving illegals prepaid credit cards. I think I printed that story up here somewhere. Yeah, there are millions and millions. How does that make the actual citizens of this country and the homeless people that live here feel when they're going to be given those illegally here? Here's money. Money. All right, Jeffrey, good morning, Steve, from Florida. He made the move. Happy to be out of New York City. What a mess, the illegal immigrant issue there. So he made that move on Friday. All right, yes, enjoy that Florida weather. What a difference, I'm sure, versus New York City. Stephen checking in from Simi Valley this morning. Jacqueline says, good morning, Steve. There's Rick in Columbus up and at 'em. It is 844-844-3388. On to Eagle in Texas this morning, or Eagle, are you in Texas, Eagle?
No, I'm not in Texas. I told you I live in Florida now, Steve, but yeah, like I said, it all depends on what's going on, with Trump, with the election, if I go back or not, in the coming year. Hopefully if he gets in. But, I told you this for 3 years now, see, the situation in Texas is out of control. Luckily, they got Greg Abbott. That's the only thing that's saving Texas. You already know that. If it wasn't for Greg Abbott, Texas would be it would be just like New York City and Chicago, just totally in chaos. But he's shipping them people out of the state like he should. So that's the only thing that's keeping things even, halfway decent. But yeah, before I get to that stuff, Steve, I wanted to talk about some other things that took place. This incident with Monkey Gouger, I didn't hear nothing about that. Not even on TV or nothing I don't know if you heard about it on the NBC News, World News. I ain't heard nothing. That's the first I heard of that. I'm gonna have to check it out on the internet after I hang up with you, but I haven't heard anything about that. They trying to keep it quiet. Cause like I've been telling, how long I've been telling you that, Steve? It's just a matter of time before we have a terrorist attack in America with something going down. There's too many of those people that's been lit in this country, and they ain't seen nothing. That could be one of the possibilities. Could you imagine if that happened up in New York City on the GW Bridge? You know how many cars travel across the GW Bridge every day?
Right.
If they blew up if they shut down the damn GW, huh?
Exactly. Yep. Could happen anywhere.
Yeah. That bridge is more. That's probably the most important bridge in the U.S., the George Washington Bridge. I don't go to New York City no more, but there's a lot of traffic that goes into New York City, Manhattan, New Jersey, all those cities, towns. They would have a serious impact on the East Coast if they shut that bridge down. So, like I said, Steve, they've let these people in the country now. Joe Biden ought to be ashamed of himself. He's a traitor. He's a coward. Any name you can look up. Like I said, anybody who wants, if you look up the definition of coward in the dictionary, Steve, there'll be a photograph of Joe Biden by that definition, because that's exactly what he is. But getting back to the other situation, Steve, about what's going on with, I want to talk a little bit of NASCAR right quick before I get back to the politics deal. Okay, they ran the race on Saturday night in California because, as you know, they got bad weather coming in today. There's all hell breaking loose, they say. So they had to run the race on Saturday night, the NASCAR race. And I watched the race. Like I said, I don't particularly like that race. I wish they would have just stayed in Daytona like they had in the past and just had the Budweiser, like they used to call it, the Budweiser shootout before they called it the Clash. They just had the cars running at Daytona, all out. They didn't care if they wrecked or not. It was just just the exhibition race. I wish they would have stayed in Daytona, because I don't like this format that they have right now in California. I don't like the way they race it. But Denny Hamlin, he came out the winner in this race on Saturday night instead of running on Saturday. And like I said, they didn't want to go all the way out to California and not race. If they'd have held this day, they probably wouldn't have canceled the race. And that's too far to drive. It's over 2,000 miles from North Carolina to California, and then they got to turn around and go right back to North Carolina, and then they got to head to Daytona, because believe it or not, Daytona is only, next 2 weeks from now, after the Super Bowl. The next weekend is Daytona 500, and I'm gonna definitely be at that race. So hopefully, I wish they would have kept it the way they had it with the Budweiser shootout, but they decided to go a different route, because there's not really that many fans in California, Steve. That California, they don't really support NASCAR. If you look at the stands for the race on Saturday night, wasn't a lot of people in attendance at that race. Mm-hmm. Like I say, as far as I'm concerned, it's a waste of time. They get more fans. NASCAR is a Southern sport. That's where it got started at, and that's where it should end at, in the South. Like I say, North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama. That's where NASCAR originally come from. It don't come from no damn California. So, like I say, if they don't go back to California, it wouldn't hurt me none the least, as far as I'm concerned. Now, let's go. Let's get back to one other thing before I get to politics, Steve. I want to talk about, I always make a big issue of this when I hear about celebrities getting arrested for DWIs, for driving while intoxicated. Because, see, these people got all the money in the world, Steve. They can hire them a driver. They can hire them a limousine to take them any destination they want to. Nobody's telling you not to drink. They're telling you not to get behind the wheel of the car. And I said the same thing about Tiger Woods a couple of years ago when Tiger Woods almost lost his life in an accident because was driving after he got drunk and drove a car and almost flipped the car over and almost paralyzed himself. Well, guess what? We got another celebrity in the news, Steve. And that, believe it or not, right a week before the Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes' father, was arrested today for DWI. This is his third DWI. Pat Mahomes, his father, a former baseball player, his father was arrested for DWI. Now, the Pat Mahomes has a $500 million contract, Steve. He has a contract worth over $500 million. Now, you mean to tell me that his father can't afford to pay a taxi cab, can't afford to get him a limousine, can't afford to get him a driver to take him to his destination, besides getting behind the wheel of a car after drinking? I have no respect for people like that. That's because, like I say, I'm a driver. I'm a professional driver, and I don't get behind the wheel of this truck with no alcohol in my system because I know how dangerous it is. I don't have no leniency when it comes to drinking and driving, Steve, because I've seen it all with driving these trucks for over 20 years with the accidents that it causes drinking and driving. I've seen people get on the wrong side of the road after leaving a bar and running head on into a damn 18-wheeler and killing himself and the driver of the 18-wheeler. I have no respect for an individual that drinks and drives. There's no excuse for it. So Pat Mahomes, his father, ought to be ashamed of himself. Not only did he embarrass himself, he embarrassed his son, too. A week before the Super Bowl, his son is arrested for his father is arrested for DWI. Makes absolutely no sense. Now, let's get to the politics deal, Steve. Let's get to the politics deal. Over the weekend, naturally, Joe Biden, as they always do in these type of stories, Steve, it always happens on a weekend night after everybody's gone home because so people be paying attention to the weekend. Naturally, Joe Biden starts his so-called attack on Iran and Syria on Friday night after everybody has already turned their attention to something else. Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, at least they're responding, I guess we could say. Of course, they did give him a full week's notice.
Yeah. Well, see, here's what the deal is, Steve. Those attacks, I wonder how many people was actually hurt or killed that was involved in the attack on those three military soldiers. I wonder if he really did any damage to those people that attacked that military base over there. I doubt it. Like I said, I doubt if anything was accomplished. And if anything, Steve, all he did in that week was give those people a chance to move all their equipment underground or to other locations. Yeah, that might have been a week ago, that might have been where those people was located, Steve. But you think they dumb enough? You think they dumb enough to stay in the same place for a week and wait for Joe Biden to come and hit them? I don't think so. The people already don't move to other locations. They've already moved to put their stuff under the ground. They're not dumb enough to sit there and wait for Biden to show up. So all he did was give them a chance to move their equipment and move their technology to other places. These people are just as dangerous now. Those people now are just as dangerous now, Steve, as they was 2 or 3 weeks ago. You know, something that they trying to keep under wraps, they not letting people know, Steve, that I found out last week. I think you touched on it a little bit. A lot of people don't realize how close those people came to hitting a military warship over there with one of those drones or missiles. They said that it was down to the last line of defense for that ship. Now if that missile or drone would have hit that ship, we might be having a different talk about right now. We might be talking about some Navy soldiers that might have lost their lives if that missile would have got past that last line of defense. This, like I told you last week, Steve, that Joe Biden, him and his people keep saying that they don't want to up the ante on this conflict. Well, like I told you, I got bad news for Joe Biden and his people. Iran they've already declared war. Whether Joe Biden thinks so or not, the war has already been declared by those people when they killed them 3 American soldiers. When they've been firing on ships for the last couple of months, over 150 attacks. That sounds like those people don't declare the war to me. That ain't no isolated attack. So Joe Biden better wake up out of that deep sleepy end and realize that this is the real deal and that these people are not playing a game. How many people got to lose their lives before Joe Biden realizes this is not a game and these people are serious business, brother? And like I said before, it's coming to America, Steve. You know, Monkey Gouger focused on this incident in Memphis. And like I said, anything could have took place on that bridge. We don't know who these people was. He said in Palestine. We don't know who these people are, where the hell they come from. But they in the country now, and they let them in. Now let's focus on the real situation that a lot of people are pissed off about, Steve, and I'm still mad about it. Hopefully you've seen that video I told you about on Thursday where that punk from Venezuela walked out of that jailhouse and threw the double fingers up to everybody in America after he had assaulted that police officer. Did you see that?
I did finally see that video, and I said at the time when they let him, the district attorney, I guess, let him out. Do you think that they're sticking around? I mean, I'm seeing reports that they're headed for California or headed back to Mexico.
Yeah, it's that same judge that tried to put Trump in jail, Steve. That Bragg guy, that big fat black guy up there in New York City. That Bragg, that guy's a piece of garbage. He's corrupt. He should have been gone a long time ago, and he got the nerve to try to put Donald Trump in jail. This Bragg guy, and like I asked somebody that the other day, who made the decision to release these guys? Like, I asked you this, and hopefully Monkey Gouge will call in tonight. Steve, you and I both know if you assaulted a police officer like that, if you kicked the police officer in the head and the chest, the way they did that police in New York, you wouldn't have got out of jail. Now, why did all them guys get released from the jailhouse after they assaulted a police officer? And they got it on video. It ain't like it's a he say, she say. It's right there on black and white and video. Now, I want to know who gave the authorization to release these people from that jailhouse and put those people back on the street again. Now they back out on the road. The people say they might be headed to California. These guys need to be arrested and then deported out of the country immediately. They don't deserve to live in the USA. If they have that type of attitude, if that guy hates the U.S. like he claimed he hated, he's throwing up double fingers up to the U.S. telling everybody in the U.S. F you. That guy don't deserve to live in the U.S. And hopefully they catch up to him, the police and the immigration or whoever, and they give him what he deserves, a free ride, a bus ticket, plane ticket, whatever, right back to where he come from. Because that can't be tolerated for these people to come to America and put their hands on a police officer. And like I said, hopefully Pappy call in tonight and he can chime in a little bit more about what happens to individuals that put their hands on police officers and the consequences. Because I'm pretty sure that's not what the Constitution should deserve is a one-way ticket right out of the jailhouse. And that guy Bragg, he should be immediately terminated from his position in New York City because he's a derelict to justice. Like I say, for him to have a nerve to try to put Donald Trump in jail, he ought to be ashamed of himself. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yeah, some of the veteran New York police officers said what Bragg did last week. Let me quote here. Alvin Bragg just showed all New Yorkers that the police department doesn't matter to him. What this does is open the window for all people to say, we can beat up cops and nothing's going to happen to us. Thanks, Mr. Bragg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, quick, like back to Alvin Bragg. Another officer says, I think the cops are fed up. We talk about it all the time. We're a catch and release city. It's a complete joke. We put bad people behind bars to keep the community safe, and they just keep letting them out. I don't understand what their agenda is. Of the 13 suspects involved in attacking those two officers, 7 were arrested and charged with assaulting an officer, but only 1 is still in custody. The others were all released without bail. Alvin Bragg, over the weekend, issues a statement which says, our office continues to work with law enforcement to bring everyone responsible for these heinous attacks to justice. Well, you had him in custody, but you let him go. He said, it's clear from video and the other evidence that some of the most culpable individuals have not been identified or arrested. We're working hand in hand with the NYPD to find and hold them accountable. We're simultaneously preparing to present charges to the grand jury on Tuesday, and we will update the public as soon as legally permissible. Again, but reports over the weekend said some of those double finger guys were actually fleeing, headed to California or back to Mexico. We'll see.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. This Sunday, there are brand new developments in the Middle East. U.S. forces have hit more than 30 Houthi targets in Yemen. Now, this comes a day after the U.S. strikes at least 85 targets in Syria and Iraq, where Iran-backed proxy groups have been operating. These terrorists have hit more than 160 U.S. military targets in the region, all this in the aftermath of the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. They also killed 3 U.S. soldiers last week in a drone strike. The bodies of the 3, 2 women and 1 man, brought back to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware on Friday. Turning now to the race for president in 2024, President Biden winning the Democrat primary in in South Carolina Saturday. We also learned the president, for a second year in a row, will not be sitting down for an interview prior to the Super Bowl, which had become sort of a tradition in the country. No reason has been given. To Atlanta now, where there are major developments involving the Fulton County DA, Fani Willis, the woman prosecuting the election interference case against former President Trump. She is accused of benefiting financially from a romantic relationship she's had with one of her male colleagues, the special prosecutor hired to pursue Trump. Fani Willis now admitting to a relationship with the lawyer. Divorce papers filed by Nathan Wade's ex-wife claim the two took multiple trips together, including a Royal Caribbean cruise, a weekend in Aruba, and it goes on. Credit card statements subpoenaed in the case appear to back up the claim. A House committee has now subpoenaed her to testify on Capitol Hill. Wade paid close to $700,000, Willis calling the allegations against her a spectacle and a circus. Former President Trump says he wants Willis removed and the case dismissed. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Turning now to sports, if you're wondering how much it will cost to see the Super Bowl live in Las Vegas next Sunday, the answer is more than $5,000, as that's how much tickets are going for on StubHub right now. The most expensive VIP package listed at $51,000. Now, obviously, you're going to need an airline ticket and a hotel, not to mention food. The Kansas City Chiefs will face the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday, February 11th. Some say the game is so popular this year because of the Taylor Swift effect. She, of course, is dating Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Actor Alec Baldwin back in the news. Here's USA's Ryan Daniels.
Actor Alec Baldwin is pleading not guilty to new involuntary manslaughter charges in the fatal shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins on the New Mexico movie set of Rust. Baldwin waived his arraignment, entering the plea in a court document filed Wednesday. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Carl Weathers, best known for playing Apollo Creed in the Rocky movies, has died. He was 76 years old. He was born in New Orleans and had a 50-year career in movies and TV. He first appeared in the iconic role of Apollo Creed in Rocky back in 1976. In Pennsylvania, the world's most famous groundhog, Punxsutawney Phil, predicting an early spring. He did not see his shadow. This means there won't be 6 more weeks of winter. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And just like that, another hour. Here we go. What's on your mind? Our number, 844-844-3388. Saw some of the photos published by the Washington State Department of Transportation, where they say they're actually working to clear truckloads of chains left on Snoqualmie Pass. The chains were left scattered along the chain-up areas on I-90 along Snoqualmie and Washington. The mess after several months of cold, snowy weather, including an incident that left 30 semi-trucks spun out after they failed to chain up on the pass. A break in the weather has allowed crews to pick up chains along I-90 in the eastbound chain-up area, according to one post from the DOT. Now, you wouldn't believe, there are hundreds of sets, or maybe it's just an unbelievable, gigantic piles of chains, and they're saying, this is just a fraction of what's out there. Chains left along the highway causes significant damage to our snowblowers. The account goes on to explain that the chains are later picked up by a company and used as scrap metal. So my question is, do drivers just take the damn chains off and leave them laying there? Or are these chains that are breaking and coming off? I mean, it's in the chain-up area. It sounds to me like they're leaving them there. And what's the cost for a new set of chains? I've never seen anything like it in my life. Chains everywhere. Meanwhile, back at it on a Monday, 5/7. What's happening out there?
Well, not a lot. Just on that chain deal. It's just another story that needs to have the rest of the story. Make it complete. Nikki Haley, bless her heart. Hey, right at the first, you watch the 6:30, 7 o'clock news. They're hitting hard already. The election's on the 24th, Saturday. They're just hitting Trump. First off, Biden, then Trump, and then saying that they're too old. They need a young and more, energetic candidate. Other than that, claiming that he did all this thing about jobs, South Carolina and all this stuff. Scratch your head on that. Nothing from Donald Trump yet, and I so hope they can cut a deal with Ramaswamy, and all they got to do is play that little spiel he did at the debate about Nikki Haley, how she didn't have any money, and because she tied into the military complex, now she's a multi-millionaire.
All right.
And, and just, tell the truth. Just put it out there. And, that's just something that I noticed this weekend. They're getting attacked by that. Also, I just wanted to say, Lobster, it's good to hear him on there. You asked him the question, did he, sample any of those cakes?
Right.
No. Yeah, listen, anything past the cab is not mine. I don't mess with nothing. That's a chargeable offense for a driver to mess with any of his load. But I one time delivered a warehouse, and I had Pillsbury cake mix. It was like a case with 3 big bags, and the forklift jabbed a hole in 2 of them, and then a slight hole in another. So that was 3 cases set aside. I reported to the company. The company said, okay, good. I go, what do I do with it? Because the warehouse said, take them with you. Don't leave them here. Don't even put them in our dumpster. So I was at a small truck shop and getting ready to back up to a dumpster there, and walked in, got permission. As I was walking out, there was 4 black ladies sitting in a little Plymouth, and it's, it had to be strange. Here is an overweight boy walks up, bib overalls, t-shirt, western hat, western boots. I knock on the window and, hey, ma'am, you all bake? And here's these little ladies. They got these little pillbox hats on. They're dressed up to the nines. Got the big, oversized earrings. They're just pretty as can be. And they get yes, and they all said, yeah, they bake. I said, well, I if you guys have a bake sale or something like that, I've got a bargain for you. I've got 6 bags. I need to take 1 bag out of each of them cases, but the other 2 bags are in perfect shape. You can see they're not busted. If you want them, I'm going to go ahead and give them to you. They were the 4 sweetest ladies. I mean, like a flip of the switch. I had 4 mothers there at the time. They were just looking after me and talking, and we had a blast putting them bags in their trunk and praising God. I think it must have been on a Sunday morning. So yeah, but that's the only time I've had. And usually when they cut it loose, I throw it in the dumpster somewhere. I will not touch it in the freezer. Of course, I will after they process this stuff now and turn it into toilet paper. Other than that, it's 5'7". He trying to survive the rain, man. We're out.
Of course, you love a rainy night. You know that, right? I think Eagle brought up New York City. Going to be handing out prepaid credit cards or debit cards. Here's the rest of the story. Mayor Eric Adams will soon start handing out prepaid cards, credit cards, to migrant families that are being put up in the Big Apple hotels. The $53 million pilot program run by the New Jersey company Mobility Capital Finance will provide asylum seekers, illegals, arriving at the Roosevelt Hotel with the city cash to help them buy food. It'll start with a group of 500 migrant families in short-term hotel stays and replace the current food service that's being offered there, according to City Hall. Now, the cards can only be used at bodegas, grocery stores, supermarkets, and convenience stores. The migrants must sign an affidavit swearing that they'll only spend the funds on food and baby supplies, or they'll get kicked out of the program. The Immediate Response Card Initiative, pretty similar to the food stamp program, providing lower-income New Yorkers with a credit card to cover the cost of meals and provide funds based on the same scale. The amount on each card will vary depending on the size of the family and whether any income is coming in. A family of 4, for instance, could be provided nearly $1,000 each month, which comes out to $35 per day for food. Cards get refilled every 28 days. Hardup residents of city housing were given the same type of cards last year to pay for holiday dinners. Now, holiday dinners, are they? Now, sounds like the illegals are going to get $1,000 every month, not just a. We look forward to partnering with New York City to disperse funds for asylum seekers to purchase fresh, hot food. McAfee's goal is to expand access to financial resources for individuals excluded from banking, like asylum seekers, while helping the local economy. If the program is successful, the city will expand it to all migrant families staying in hotels, which is roughly 15,000 families right now. Not only will this provide families with the ability to purchase fresh food for their culturally relevant diets and the baby supplies of their choosing, but the pilot program is expected to save New York City more than $600,000 per month, or more than $7.2 million annually. The city has been shelling out about $11 per meal to feed migrant families staying in the hotels. Well, we shared a few weeks ago that many of those meals are going in the trash because people from other countries don't like the food that they're being served. They're looking for a taste of their home food culture. Just last month, the controversial company DocGo was found to be wasting thousands of dollars on uneaten meals. Migrants confessed to the Post in the days after that they would rather cook in their hotel room because the meals they're being provided were so bad. Now, news of the prepaid card program comes a day after we revealed another $137 million in contracts with city hotels to provide more than 750 rooms to asylum seekers with families. The city is housing over 66,000 asylum seekers after 1,500 more arrived last week. Part of the crisis that's expected to cost $10 billion with a B, $10 billion to the city through 2025. That's just New York City. How about let's take you to the state of Illinois, another state where thousands of illegals are arriving. In Illinois, welcoming programs have increased the cost of illegal immigration to the state by at least $2.2 billion over the last 2 years. The analysis of government grant reports, budgets, and other public documents tallied the cost of free benefits for the 35,000 illegals that are flooding the state. More than $1 billion has been spent on health care costs, at least $120 million in fiscal year 24 for English as a second language needs in public schools, almost $900 million spent on housing, food, and legal resources. Governor Pritzker revealed last November the state had already spent $478 million on the migrant crisis when he announced a further $160 million to be dedicated to flattening the bottleneck created by the increase in migration in the second half of last year. Of the $160 million in new spending, $30 million is to be dedicated to welcoming the migrants. $65 million will go to sheltering. Another $65 million will go to help make the migrants independent. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson also announced late December his administration plans on redirecting $95 million in COVID relief funds toward migrant shelter costs. That move was met with hostility from some members of the city council who decried the diversion of funds meant for city residents and the mayor's lack of transparency over how that money is going to be spent. The $95 million is on top of what the city's already spent from state and federal sources, as well as the $59 million that came directly from Chicago taxpayers last year. WirePoints notes that these costs represent just a portion of the cost of illegals to the taxpayers in the state. Federation for American Immigration Reform reports that the social and economic cost of illegal immigrants around the country, yet net of the taxes they pay, now totals more than $150 billion annually. Illinois paying at least $3.9 billion every year. Who's paying that? The American taxpayers. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And we head on down to the Sunshine State. Morning, Philip. What's happening? How was your weekend? Or did you get a weekend? He's a 7-day-a-week guy.
Well, I'm actually 6 days, but I took yesterday off. I usually have Sundays off now with my current situation with my bid line at Disney and what I do at Walmart. So I get Sundays off. That's nice to have the Sunday off. Had a little bit of rain yesterday, so it was nice to chill out without having to be out in the rain or working. So, but how y'all doing today?
Doing all right. Recovering from my little bout with the bug over the weekend. Fun times.
Yeah, it was kind of a bummer Friday for me. I mean, I got to working at Walmart. Then later in the day, I found out we lost a state trooper down here in Florida. Did you hear anything about it, Steve?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay, down by Port St. Lucie on Interstate 95, the pursuit started about 2:30 in the morning, Friday morning, between Vero Beach and Fort Pierce on Midway Road. A deputy sheriff tried pulling an individual over in a Kia, and he started fleeing from him, and he got on 95, and somehow this trooper was chasing him, and he decided he wanted to go on the northbound lanes, the southbound lanes, and he got over on the northbound lanes, and when the trooper went to go get over, he actually hit a semi, and the semi driver and him both passed away.
Wow.
And they later caught the individual about 2 miles up the road. So the funny thing about it, Steve, and why it's kind of sad for me is I was raised in Indian River County, and my dad worked in citrus in Indian River County for almost 40 years. My mother worked at Piper Aircraft, which builds airplanes down at Vero Beach. And a lot of the people we worked with, the last name was Fink. Well, come to find out, this trooper that passed away, his name was Zachary Fink. So I got a hold of some of my friends down in Indian River County, and sure enough, he's part of the Fink family that we all grew up with. Wow. So I want to send my condolences out to the family. And it's a sad story. I mean, a truck driver lost his life just driving down the road trying to get somewhere to take a load, and then a state trooper lost his life because of the ignorance of somebody wanting to get away from somebody instead of just stopping. It's a sad story. It's very sad. So, but I give my condolences to the state troopers, because they've got a big loss, as well as the Fink family. The major loss in their family. The guy was only 26 years old. He's just a kid, in my opinion. And so it's just one of them things. I mean, it just happens. And but if you're gonna run from the law, man, I don't know, you're stupid. You might as well just stop and take your medicine and turn out to be a little bit better and save somebody's life.
Right.
But other than that, that was pretty much the hardship of the weekend. And it's just fun. You were saying that they're going to start giving people cards up in New York instead of paying their food program?
Correct.
Okay, so the story said that they're going to average it out to about $35 a meal, whereas they were paying $33 a meal for the meals when they were paying for the meals out of their pocket. And they have 66,000 people that are on this program. Was that right?
That's right. It starts off with about 500 families, but then if it's successful, they will go to the entire 66,000 people.
Well, don't we already have a government system called EBT that is the same thing, Steve? I mean, we already have an EBT system set up in the federal government. Why can't the state of New York get with the federal government, try to get EBT set up for these folks? I mean, if you're going to do anything, do it that way.
That's pretty much what they're doing, I
think.
What do you think? It's pretty much the same thing. I don't. Illegals aren't supposed to be entitled to those federal programs, are they?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm pretty sure you have to have a Social Security number to be entitled to an EBT program.
Right.
And by the way, there are certain EBT programs that people can buy stuff on that's not food-related items. I do know that. So they're going to, sounds like to me, something like an EBT program on the state level.
Correct.
And as far as Illinois goes, Illinois is the same way. I don't know what it is about those two cities. I guess it's because of the size of them and what's in office up there, but they seem to go through the same woes. They want a ton of taxation from their folks, but there's no return for their folks that need the programs in their state. It's ridiculous. They should be focusing on the folks that are in their state that are genuine citizens of the United States.
Exactly, because
they're not being taken care of.
And they're being left out in the cold, literally. You're not being put up in a 4-star hotel. And let me pause there. News break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. This Sunday, there are brand new developments in the Middle East. U.S. forces have hit more than 30 Houthi targets in Yemen. Now, this comes a day after the U.S. strikes at least 85 targets in Syria and Iraq, where Iran-backed proxy groups have been operating. These terrorists have hit more than 160 U.S. military targets in the region, all this in the aftermath of the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. They also killed 3 U.S. soldiers last week in a drone strike. The bodies of the 3, 2 women and 1 man, brought back to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware on Friday. Turning now to the race for president in 2024, President Biden winning the Democrat primary in South Carolina Saturday. We also learned the president, for a second year in a row, will not be sitting down for an interview prior to the Super Bowl. No reason has been given. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay and Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so the Take Back Our Border convoy arrived in Texas over the weekend. Now, what was ultimately, I guess, several hundred people, according to the reports I'm seeing, not the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands that some had projected. There was a number of governors from around the country that were there to support Governor Abbott and his battle with the feds trying to protect the border. Let's see. There were smaller events in Yuma, Arizona, San Ysidro, California. Thursday, you had Sarah Palin and Ted Nugent that showed up and spoke there when the convoy arrived in Dripping Springs, Texas. Nugent called Biden a devil scum snake in a caustic speech before performing the national anthem on the guitar. Minnesota-based pastor Doug Pagitt tried to enter the rally site on Friday after stopping in the area as part of a tour to combat what he calls Christian nationalism. But he was denied entry as participants told him, "You are not wanted." We want to engage, Padgett says. The number of migrants arrested trying to cross the southern border, as we know, has climbed to record levels since Biden took office in 21. All right, with the razor wire and whatnot that have been concertina wire, as they call it, it's put up there at Eagle Pass. The latest internal customs statistics reviewed by Reuters showed 216 migrant arrests last Tuesday at the entire Del Rio sector. That's actually a 245-mile stretch that encompasses Eagle Pass. Now, you go back last month, mid-December, that zone was topping 4,000 per day at some points. So they're definitely kind of reducing the numbers, at least in that sector. Meanwhile, just another day in paradise, huh?
Yeah, if you call it paradise, but tired of rain. Got to see the sunshine one day of Kansas the other day, but it kind of depressed, kind of gloomy.
Yep.
But yeah, we had rain all weekend. But he was talking about those tire chains. They're about $100 a quarter, $130 a piece. You know, and if they're in the chain up area, chances are people don't know how to put them on. You know, if they're in where they take them off, they probably just take them off and lay them, you know, down. And I've chained up one time before, and you know, I did lose one. And you see them, you know, they'll be laying out there. You know, you're supposed to put bungee cords on them to hold them on tighter. If you just try to use, you know, it's like it's got a little tool it turns and it's supposed to lock them in tight.
Yeah.
It's not going to hold them on. Like I said, they make it's like a spider bungee cord, and you know, you're supposed to take a hook on it, supposed to tighten them up. But my guess is people don't know how to put them on. They're out there trying to put them on, and maybe they, you know, lift the restriction, and people just decide, you know, they're not going to put them on, and they drive off and don't pick them up. And it's miserable out there trying to put them on.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
But, you know.
So when they go back and tell
like I said, I mean, it's every year you see them.
They tell the boss they lost a few sets or something, and I mean, it's not out of their pocket, so they don't care.
Right, probably. You know, I mean, I know when I drove for CFI, you know, and like I said, I did lose one, and yeah, they replaced it.
Okay.
You know, but like I said, I did chain up, and it did come off. You know, you know, and that was my fault. I honestly did not have it hooked up right. I know exactly what the problem was. I didn't have enough bungee cords because I wasn't prepared to chain up. But you know, I done got past the point of no return and had no choice. But you know, because I'm against chaining up. But you know, Eagle brought up about the NASCAR race out there, the Clash. They originally Saturday night was supposed to be like qualifying and everything, and there wasn't going to be a crowd there anyway. So when they moved it up from Sunday night to Saturday, people didn't have tickets for it because, like I said, it wasn't going to be open to the public. So that's why the crowd was down, which I don't know what kind of crowd they would have drawn anyway. You know, they've ruined NASCAR by moving the Clash out there. You know, I think it should be in Daytona, like what Eagle said. But they're actually talking now about moving it to Guadalajara, Mexico. You know, and doing more races in Mexico now. My opinion is move the whole damn series to the whole damn series down to.
Uh-oh.
But they've lost their fan base here. You know, they keep saying they want to go back to the roots. Well, they're, you know, honestly, I know you don't watch it as much as you used to.
No, I don't.
It's not the same. You know, and I mean, there was times that I didn't miss it on the radio or miss it on television, and you know, I could care less about it. You know, and plus they're doing like football and everything. You know, they're putting it on on the streaming channels, the pay channels, instead of putting it on channels where the normal people can watch it, on the, the big, NBC or whatever. I mean, most of them are on a pay channel, and of course they're making the money on television rights. They could care less how many butts they put in the seats in the stands because they've made their money from the television rights. I mean, they've got to pay for the television rights. They're going to pay, television's got to pay for the rights to show it. So it's like at one football game here a couple weeks ago, the Chiefs and Dolphins, I think it was.
Right.
They put it on Paramount Plus. They paid $110 million for it. Well, they don't care if they take and put butts in the seats if they're getting that kind of money to show it on television. So, like I said, NASCAR's gone the wrong way, and I don't think it can be resuscitated. I really don't. But, I thought they were supposed to make it where they had where it was cheaper for the teams, but obviously they're not making it cheaper for the teams, and they've got to travel. Like I said, if they go to Guadalajara, I mean, if you look on the map and see where Guadalajara is, that's way south in Mexico, And then all the logistic nightmare of getting the haulers down to Mexico, which they've talked about that over the years.
Right. I mean, that's the thing.
The races down there anyway.
I mean, because there's so much, so much illegal things happening out there. You got to pay ransoms to pass through checkpoints to the cartels and all that. How many NASCAR vehicles are going to get stolen headed down to the race?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're escorted down there, like I said, I mean, they're look at the cost of that. I mean, they're, of course, it's team operations. They don't stop. There's no place for them to stop. But then, they've got to be, got to have protection when they're at the venue too. I mean, I don't understand why a NASCAR team would want to go down there. I mean, if I drove for a NASCAR team, you wouldn't get me to cross the border. But I'm a little confused at why they're going in the direction they are.
Yep.
But, I got several text messages the other day wanting to know if I was anywhere near Memphis, which, some people don't realize I don't run that way anymore, but, I was kind of following what all was going on with that, and, glad I wasn't there. But, it's, look at all the illegals they're bringing into this country, which, I mean, that's what we're going to start having everywhere. 8 million of them already in here. We had 11 million before. I mean, they're not here to assimilate. They're here to take and cause trouble. But, just crazy world we live in, man.
And costing a boatload of money to the billions and billions we're talking about.
Yeah. I'm thinking about going down and go across the border and come back and claim to be an illegal.
Get you
Think it'd work?
Get you $1,000 a month for food, right?
That wouldn't be enough. That just, well, I mean, for food it would be, but what they ought to do is if they're going to give them that money, I mean, I don't understand going into a truck stop nowadays and, seeing the sign that says EBT card, accepted here. That's a convenience store. We're kind of a captive audience being truck drivers. We've got to pay that 300% markup at a truck stop. Why would you even want to take and go into a convenience store and pay, a ridiculous price for what they have in a convenience store? I mean, there's such a markup on it. I mean, they call it a convenience store for a reason, and they're going to charge you that convenience fee, which is like a 300% markup on everything. I mean, you're going to pay $2 for a hot dog, but you can go buy a whole pack of hot dogs for $1.59.
Yep.
At Kroger.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, they came over here and now they want us to take and give them everything. I've been all over the world, you know, we do have it good here. You know, I understand why people want to come for a better life, but, you know, if you're going to come over here, well, you might as well, you know, plan on doing things our way. You know, when I was overseas, I'd done it their way. You know, I went out on the economy and ate their food, you know, and changed my ways for 2.5 years that I was in Germany. And, you know, I traveled all over Europe, and that, you know, some of the stuff I liked, some of the stuff I didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like going on a cruise ship. I mean, they try to feed you some garbage on there that, you know, some of it's good and some of it ain't. Some of it ain't even worth feeding the fish sometimes, you know. But, you know, I'm glad we decided, you know, what picture that was that Lisa had posted up
the
there.
the debate, right? 2019, 2017. So it was 2017.
Yeah, I kept looking at it, and I should have posted first thing before I said anything was, you know, the whole picture's not there. You know, which that's what was finally the determination was. Yeah, the whole picture's not there, but you know, there were several clues that that I knew that I saw, but you know, I wasn't trying to argue with anybody, but you know.
And I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember if Big Eb was with us. I couldn't remember if it was 2017 or 19.
And then that was the first clue because I knew that's when me and him shared a cabin, so I knew, you know, that was the only year he'd gone. You know?
Okay.
And then, of course, I didn't realize that, you know, Jay and Shauna was with you guys in 2015. I didn't realize that. I'd forgot that. Of course, I wasn't there, so, you know, but, you know, and like I said, I knew where I was standing in that picture. I knew the whole picture wasn't there, you know, but, you know, like I said, I should have said it first, but, you know. But what you ought to do is when you get those pictures and you take and, you know, do like what your grandma used to do, you write a note on the back. That way you know exactly what it is. Then you wouldn't have that problem.
Well, that's what she was doing. She was looking at the back. I'm thinking there would be some sort of a date stamp or something on them. And I see. I guess last evening she posted.
No, that's what you're.
I guess she went through the archives and found a bunch of the old cruise pictures.
Yeah, but that's what you can take a magic marker, you know, or a Sharpie, and you write on the back here exactly what it was. Then you don't have any, you know, you don't have any question. You can pull it up and say, okay, this picture. Because I mean, I'm not sure how many cruises we've done, but you know, I'm sure you've got a group picture from every one of them. You know, I know I do. You know, but I can look at it and see, you know, see what it is, but. And I haven't written on the back of them either.
Right, and you can see the years when the economy was in the tank, 2000, like 2008, 2009, when the truck drivers were struggling. The groups were a whole lot smaller.
Right. Looks like the numbers are pretty good for. I think I said they had, like you guys had, like 82 people. That are signed up for the bus transportation and everything.
Correct. Yeah,
I mean, the hotel's going to be pretty full there the night before.
We're going to have probably the biggest group we've had in a number of years.
Yeah. I know. Well, I think the first year we was right at 200. You know, I mean, and stayed right around 90 to 100. So you know, that ought to be a good. You know, I mean, anybody who wants to get on there needs to jump on board now. You know I know that Stephanie had mentioned the other day that, you know, that some of those cabins are held for casino offers and everything. And I did see the other day where, yes, that is an elite cruise where, you know, and so the casino's going to be, you know, basically have a bunch of damn, you know, high rollers and everything in it. And that's usually 100 to 150, you know, cabins they give out on that deal. You know. And so there'll be some big spenders. The casino will be kind of crowded, probably.
Interesting.
Which I've never been on that boat. I don't know how big the casino is.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, I got the mailer the other day, but you know, like I said, she did mention that, and yes, that's, you know, that is one cruise that, you know, they are doing that on. You know, so the cabins, you know, I'm sure are pretty limited. I mean, with the elite offers, they usually set aside the balcony rooms or the suites for those.
Sure.
You know, I mean, they do offer some inside cabins, but, you know, I mean, it's usually, it's a free play offer, and the lower the cabin you take, the more free play they give you on it. But usually it's anywhere from $300 free play to $2,500 free play. It's like I said, there's going to be some high rollers on there. That's almost the top tier, casino offers they give out. But, but I don't ever jump on them. I don't like the offers. You go on those, they want you to spend money. They expect you to spend money.
Well, yeah.
And they expect you to be in the casino at a certain time, and and I just, I don't wear a watch. I don't want to watch. I don't want to take and be told I got to be here to take and be eligible for this offer and everything else, and that's what they do. And at 11 o'clock at night, the casino's going to be packed because that's what time they want you in there. But they want to feed you all the drinks they can and get you to spend more money is what it is.
Absolutely. That's isn't that every casino in the world? That's
absolutely. I don't drink when I go to the casino at my house, though. Of course, I got to drive home, but, anyway. Well, that's enough of what I got to say tonight and everything. I just figured I'd chime in and say something about those tire changes was the main thing.
All righty. Well, thanks for checking in there, Scotty. Have a great morning. Safe travels. Maybe we'll see some sunshine, right? And we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As I mentioned a few minutes ago, there were numerous, obviously, red state governors, Republican governors, down on the border there over the weekend in support of Governor Abbott. Kristi Noem was one of many. And other celebrities. How about Dr. Phil? The hell's he doing on the border? Yeah, Dr. Phil traveled to the U.S. border in Shelby Park. He was down there Friday to see with his own eyes the issue that has become the #1 political issue in America, according to a number of recent polls. He was not impressed with what he saw. According to the video of him apparently reading a prepared statement, as well as a number of posts on his X account. In his statement, the former host of Dr. Phil said that officials with the state of Texas had seized over 454 million lethal doses of fentanyl during this border mission. Governor Abbott has said the federal government has broke the pact between the U.S. Federal government and the states, referring to Governor Abbott's statement that President Biden has refused to enforce those laws and even violated them. The result is a humanitarian crisis unlike anything we've seen before. Dr. Phil said, Governor Abbott says President Biden has enticed tens of thousands of illegal immigrants away from 28 legal entry ports along the Texas border and into the dangerous, deadly waters of the Rio Grande. He cited Department of Homeland Security stats that over 6 million illegals had entered the U.S. border in the 3 years since Biden's election. But his comments were not directed at Biden alone. What about our vice president? Kamala Harris, McGraw asks. Did you know she's our country's immigration czar? Yeah, guess how many times she's been to the border? Once. No, Dr. Phil's border trip was apparently done in part of his promotion of We've Got Issues, which he wrote and is now available for pre-order. I guess this is his new book. He posted images and videos, speaking with border enforcement personnel, often with the hashtag We've Got Issues. All right. You know it's bad when Dr. Phil's involved. Okay. There he is at our southern border. Meanwhile, real quick, like as we roll up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast, after which we'll get back to your calls on a Monday morning. Tip of the hat to the canine officer, these hardworking animals. The police canine that tracked a scent for over 2 miles to find a missing 12-year-old in Massachusetts. The Auburn police said they received a call last Wednesday night about 10:30 p.m., a 12-year-old who left home at 8:30 and had not returned. Authorities say due to the freezing temperatures and nature of the incident, several officers and detectives, as well as troopers from state police, worked together to look for the child. The canine, Biza, were searching. He picked up a scent, started the track, and for more than 2 miles, led officers to the area where the child had been a short time earlier, according to the evidence. So, congratulations there. Job well done.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA USA News, I'm Laura Winters. New this Sunday, we learn U.S. forces hitting more than 30 Houthi targets in Yemen. This comes a day after striking at least 85 locations in Syria and Iraq where Iran-backed proxy groups are operating. These terrorists have hit more than 160 U.S. military targets in the region in the aftermath of the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. They also killed 3 U.S. soldiers last week in a drone strike. Now, the Pentagon says the U.S. strikes against the Houthis targeted missile systems and launch sites in Yemen, along with air defense systems, radar, and helicopters. President Biden at a campaign stop in Las Vegas. He wins the Democratic primary in South Carolina. We also learned the president, for a second year in a row, will not be sitting down for an interview prior to the Super Bowl, which had become sort of a tradition in the country. No reason has been given. In other news, New York City launching a $50 million program to hand out prepaid credit cards to illegal aliens. Administrators from Democrat Mayor Eric Adams' office will begin handing out the prepaid credit cards to families being housed in New York City hotels. The Immediate Response Card Initiative appears to be similar to the state's food stamp program. This freebie comes as New York City police say the latest crime wave is illegal aliens who have formed pickpocketing teams who are stealing wallets, purses, and cell phones from unsuspecting patrons at restaurants and bars in Manhattan. At least 4 of the illegal alien men involved in assaulting 2 police officers last weekend in Times Square, kicking them in the head, were arrested and set free on no bail, and they have reportedly boarded a bus to California. New York Governor Democrat Kathy Hochul asked about the crime. She tells reporters these men should be deported. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
In USA News for Your Health, there is word those high-energy drinks with caffeine may be bad for you. USA's Corey Myers with the very latest.
According to new research, those who drank energy drinks with caffeine or stimulants in them had a higher risk of mental health issues, including attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts.
To Capitol Hill now, where no charges being filed against the 2 men who had sex on a desk in a Senate hearing room. USA's John Schaefer reports.
The inquiry into an online video showing a congressional aide engaging in sexual activity within a Senate hearing room is now being ended by authorities. The U.S. Capitol Police say no evidence of criminal activity has been found. Following the revelation of the scandal late last year, Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland, a Democrat, declared that the implicated aide no longer had employment in his office.
Taking a look now at your money, a big burst in hiring taking place in January. The government says 353,000 jobs added. That's almost twice what economists had predicted for the month. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says unemployment at 3.7%. Strong tech earnings leading to a positive session on Wall Street. The Dow gaining 134 points to close at 38,654 Friday at the closing bell. That's a record. The Nasdaq up 267 points. The S&P 500 up 52 points. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, and with that, another hour underway. Haven't spoke to Big yet. I don't know if he was at the home 20 or not. Maybe felt a little bit of that shake, rattle, and roll as a preliminary 5.1 magnitude earthquake hit east of Oklahoma City Friday night, followed by at least 2 smaller tremblers. The bigger quake about 11:24 p.m. local time, about 5 miles northwest of Prague, Oklahoma, 42 miles from Oklahoma City. A small city, home to about 2,000 people, but the shaking from the quake was felt across a large swath of the state, including Oklahoma City as well as Tulsa. The shaking was also felt as far as Wichita, Kansas. Smaller quakes, a 2.6 and a 3.5, reported about the same area shortly after the larger. They tell us earthquakes east of the Rocky Mountains are usually felt over a much larger area than earthquakes of a similar magnitude in the western states. East of the Rockies, a quake could be felt over an area more than 10 times larger than a similar magnitude quake on the West Coast. For reasons I'm not exactly sure. I guess it's just the makeup of the land, as they say. Meanwhile, brain dead on, well, it's my Monday, it's your Thursday. Your weekend's almost here.
Yeah, buddy, let me tell you, I tell you what, me and that bed, we kind of didn't quite get acquainted last weekend because, you know, I heard at the beginning of the show you and your bed got quite very acquainted over the weekend. So did mine. I want to hit on a little bit what Monkey Gouger was talking about because I live in the Memphis area and I run around the Memphis area. I had literally was feeling like he was feeling like crap. So me and the dingy one, we laid down because I got in about 9 o'clock that morning and I didn't pass go, didn't collect $200. I went straight to bed. And then she woke up at some point in the afternoon and she said, "Hey, did you hear what's going on with the bridge?" I said, "No, 55 was closed." "Well, no, they got protesters up on the 40 bridge." And I rolled over, looked at my phone. I said, "Okay, Ann." She goes, well, you won't be able to go to work tonight." I said, "No, I'll be able to go to work. They'll have all this crap cleaned up in, you know, a matter of no time. You know, I'm not worried about it." And, you know, I'm all for people that want to stand on the side of the road and hold up signs and protest, you know, this, that, and Facebook and whatever, you know, that's your freedom of speech and whatnot. But when you go and do some stupid crap like this, it changes my whole outlook on your organization. You know, it makes me really not like you because when you do something stupid like step on the foot of an interstate, you are stupid enough to become Road Pizza and our nominee for DA of the week, or maybe a Darwin Award winner. But anyway, Gouger said something. There was a Muslim mayor, a big heavyset guy that was the mayor. Not a mayor anywhere around this area. Now maybe Memphis, Egypt, or maybe Memphis, New York.
or Memphis, California, but not Memphis, Tennessee. We have no Muslim mayor. They're either black or white. I don't even think we have a Hispanic one, to tell you the honest truth. But I don't know where he come from or why he said he was a mayor, but still, I mean, I'm not saying that he is. I'm not saying he isn't. It's just not around here. Because that would be one major news story that they would blow off for, what, a year? So, did you see the thing I sent you about rapper 50 Cent endorsing Donald Trump?
I did catch that.
How about that?
That's, I don't know. Is that a wanted endorsement or not necessarily?
It'll be a good endorsement when you think about it. Remember, all these rappers, they don't like the Republicans, if I remember right.
Yeah.
They always go Democrat. Well, here's a very well-known name that's coming out in favor of Donald Trump because Mayor Adams, if I remember right, is starting to give out those prepaid credit cards to all these illegals, what was said in your news break, if I remember the story right.
Right.
I just want to know where's my credit card at.
Yeah,
honestly,
family of four, $1,000 a month that reloads every 28 days. That's pretty nice. Come to America.
Yeah. When are we going to cut it off? When are we going to step up and say, "Hey, 90 days, get out. 90 days, get a job, provide for your own, get out." I mean, everybody's looking for a free handout these days. Everybody's looking for a free handout. Hell, I'll take a free handout too. Nobody wants to work. It's just really crazy how things have changed in society in the last 20 years. It's crazy, Steve. But now back to the Clash, what Demon was talking about a minute ago, and Eagle too. The reason they did this is to cut costs. Now, Steve, you probably got a handy-dandy calculator sitting there. Maybe you could help me out. Now, if you go down to Daytona on race weekend, they take those $50 a night bug-infested cockroach hotel rooms and they jack them up to $150. Now you've got to spend $150 or $200 plus a night for every crew member. I can't remember how many guys are on the crew that go down there. Then you got to pay for their meals for 2 weeks. And eating out is not cheap anymore. I mean, just for me and the dinghy one, just go to Subway's like $20.
Right.
And I know those guys don't eat Subway. So now you got 3 meals a day versus going all the way to California and then turn around and coming right back. I could kind of sort of see the expense part of it and what they're saving. But I also agree with keeping it in Daytona because it is tradition. Because I'm like you, was heavily NASCAR. But my thing is the rivalries. There's no rivalries no more. I mean, look at Ty Gibbs and Joey Logano got into a little dust-up after that race. NASCAR squashed that. No, I want to see that rivalry. I want to see who's going to wreck who every week. You know, it's like NASCAR. It's like WWE. You know, you watch WWE because you can follow the storyline. But about the streaming thing, yeah, everybody's going to streaming. I mean, I don't have a satellite dish. I could care less to have a satellite dish. A lot of us cutting cords. Remember that topic from what?
Yeah.
How many years ago,
yeah.
Steve?
That's continuing. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to somebody I talked to was getting rid of their dish because they jacked the rates up so high again. I don't miss my satellite dish. I'll take a streaming service and pick the three streaming services that I want and save my money, Steve. But yeah, there's no rivalries in NASCAR no more. They squash everything. So I mean, I'd rather watch baseball, hockey, you know, college sports, you know. The NASCAR to me, it's just a passing on the sports page, Steve. But
well, fair enough. There's supposed to be a little bit of rivalry in that of one Kyle Larson and Bubba Wallace. I did come across the story. It says, despite a lot of green flag racing Saturday night, the Busch Light Clash did have plenty of contact. Kyle Larson spun Bubba Wallace before the finish line. Larson and Wallace were battling throughout the second half, with the latter getting the upper hand. Yeah, we've seen this L.A. Coliseum race for 3 years now, so racers knew what was coming if they got overly aggressive on the track. Just before the end of the race, Wallace got spun out of a top 10, almost top 5 position in the field, passed him by, and Denny Hamlin won the race. They say, looking back at the video from the end of the race, it was clear Kyle Larson had gotten into the back of Bubba. These two have a history of bad blood. I think Las Vegas 22. I haven't seen any replays from the last restart, but he got me again, and he got me again in the next corner, said Larson after the race. Then he gave his side of things. I think at that point, that was 3 times to my none, so I wanted to get him back before the checkered. I wasn't trying to spin him out or anything. I was just trying to shove him to the corner like he's been doing to me, and he ended up going around. It's kind of the product of this racing and finally reaching my limit, I guess. But, yeah, that's just how it goes. Now, Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson are probably never going to bury the hatchet. It seems that they're fine with being rivals on the track. When that results in wrecks, so be it. If that results in something more than on-track activity, then it becomes an issue. For now, in the year 2024, Larson has the advantage.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, by the way, we did hear during the news break there at the top of the hour that confirmation that several of those illegals that had assaulted the police officers there in New York had boarded a bus headed for California. Right? And I think that means they're probably headed back south of the border because they know they're facing potentially 7 years in prison. That according to the reports out in New York City. Yeah, why dumbass would let them out like that? Knowing that they would be a flight risk. Sometimes you just scratch your head and... All right, Miss Millie, talking about giving the EBT cards or the food cards to the illegals. Miss Millie said, this really ticks me off, that they should be doing that for our homeless and our homeless veterans here in America, but yet they can take money from the veterans to pay for all these illegals. So basically, they're just saying, we don't give a hoot about Americans. If they don't like our food and they want food like they had in their home country, well, then they need to go back, or they should have stayed there in the first place. Thank you, Biden and Obama. I sure don't want Mrs. Obama to run for president. This country's gone downhill at a fast pace since they've been running this country. So if y'all don't hear from Miss Millie for a while, you'll know she's back in Facebook jail again. They don't like me. They don't like to hear the truth. Anyway, good night, good morning. Yeah, be greatly blessed. You are appreciated. Thank you, Ms. Millie. Philip, yes, sir.
Hey, buddy, I just wanted to call back. I was hearing everybody talk about NASCAR. You know why that race was put out in California at the Clash? It was to get more markets in NASCAR for them so they could go to different areas of the country and generate more revenue. And I believe that this is the third year, right, Steve?
Correct. Okay,
so Ben Kennedy said that they were going to do this Clash for 3 years, so that technically we're going to have to see what the schedule is going to be for next year. The Clash might not be in California next year. It might be in Mexico, like Brain Dead and those guys were talking about earlier. But the reason that they've put all these new races in, like California, they've got the one in Chicago, the ones in Texas. You know, they went to all these to bring in different folks from different areas, just like Dale Earnhardt did years ago when they've set the track up in Chicago. He was the main guy that set up the track out by Joliet. That was instrumental in having that track set up out there. So do I think that they should run it the way they're running it now? No, they need to go back to the way they want to do and get rid of the chase and get rid of the point system the way it is now and go back to the way it used to be. The guy that wins the most gets the most, and that's the way it should be. What do you think, Steve?
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of like where you're resetting you reset the whole. What was the rationale for that? That's for so many years that one driver would dominate. If it was Dale Earnhardt or if it was Jeff Gordon, they would be so far ahead by the time you got down to. They didn't even have a chase. I mean, with 10 races left in the season, nobody else could possibly catch them. Is why they went to the point system, I think.
Yeah, my big thing was that today, the car that they're driving today, NASCAR approves every part of it before it's assembled. And each car is supposed to be the same and the same parts. Okay? None of the parts on those cars are like a car that's out on the street, which is where the premise of the concept came from. No cars in NASCAR are street cars now. They're all IMSA cars, basically, sports cars. That every piece is approved by NASCAR because of safety and all this other stuff. What do you think about that one, Steve?
Right.
I mean, I've been hearing it for years. It's like, dude, take a car from the dealership. If you got to gut it out and put safety items in it, I'm good with that. But that's what it started at. That's what NASCAR started on. You want to go back to your roots? Go back to that. Go down and buy a car off the lot. Strip out the inside because we'll make it safe and do it. So, but that's just my opinion, bud. As far as the chains go on the trucks, dude, for years they had chains on locks on the sides of the trucks. Every truck had its own set of chains. A lot of companies did that. They don't do that no more, and they don't train the drivers how to chain up anymore. So, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
So it kind of sounds like in many cases they'll put the chains on and before they get out of before they even get out of the chain up area, some of them have already fallen off and are just they're laying back there in the lot. Oh boy, okay. Who we got? Eagle will be joining us once again. We'll get to the anonymous hippopotamus. Pappy will check in. And room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, yesterday, Sunday, finally, the Senate officially unveiling the $118 billion border security bill that would also provide aid to Ukraine and Israel. After months of negotiation, But we know it faces an uncertain future, opposition by, first of all, Donald Trump and many of the hardline Republicans. Chuck Schumer said he would take steps to hold an initial vote on Wednesday of this week. If the bill were to become law, it would mark the most significant changes in immigration and border security that we've seen in decades. But Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, put a damper on all the enthusiasm, saying this bill is dead on arrival in the House. This bill is even worse than we expected, and it will not come close to ending the border catastrophe the president created, he said yesterday. Yeah, there are even some progressive Democrats that are angry that it doesn't provide a pathway to citizenship for the millions of illegals who've lived in the U.S. for many years, the Dreamers. Kirsten Sinema told reporters that this legislation would secure the southern border, including by requiring the Department of Homeland Security to temporarily shut down the frontier to most migrants if they're on an average of more than 5,000 crossing attempts per day over 7 days. In addition to the $20.23 billion for border security, the bill includes $60 billion for Ukraine, $14 billion for Israel, $2.4 billion to U.S. Central Command in the conflict in the Red Sea, $4.83 billion to support U.S. partners in the Indo-Pacific facing aggression from China. According to the Senate Appropriations Committee, an additional $10 billion would provide humanitarian assistance to civilians in conflict zones, including Ukraine, Gaza, and the West Bank. All right, the priorities in this bill are too important to ignore, says Chuck Schumer. We are facing multiple complex and in places coordinated challenges from adversaries who seek to disrupt democracy, expanding authoritarian influence around the globe. Now, it's been stalled by House Republicans that it be tied to a shift in immigration policy. Over the weekend, Mike Johnson said he plans to hold a vote this week on the new bill providing $17.6 billion in military assistance to Israel. That measure has no new funding for Ukraine or the U.S. border security. That is a totally separate piece of legislation that Johnson brought up here. You're trying to say Israel money, nothing for Ukraine, nothing else attached to it. We'll see where that goes. All right. Obviously, there's a lot of opposition on the Republican side. See if I can delve a little more into what they're actually talking about. I mean, if you're going to accept 5,000 immigrants a day before you ever even try to shut things, I mentioned last week, that doesn't make a bit of sense to me. You're just trying to cut it down to 5,000 a day? It is 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. This Sunday, there are brand new developments in the Middle East. U.S. forces have hit more than 30 Houthi targets in Yemen. Now, this comes a day after the U.S. strikes at least 85 targets in Syria and Iraq, where Iran-backed proxy groups have been operating. These terrorists have hit more than 160 U.S. military targets in the region, all this in the aftermath of the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. They also killed 3 U.S. soldiers last week in a drone strike. The bodies of the 3, 2 women and 1 man, brought back to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware on Friday. Turning now to the race for president in 2024, President Biden winning the Democrat primary in South Carolina Saturday. We also learned the president, for a second year in a row, will not be sitting down for an interview prior to the Super Bowl. No reason has been given. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here, where we leave off. It's 844-844-3388. As I mentioned, heading into the break. All right, Steve Scalise is the leader of the Republican majority in the House. He said the Senate bill will not receive a vote in the House. Here's what the people pushing this deal are not telling you, he says. It accepts 5,000 illegals per day and gives automatic work permits to asylum recipients, which is just a magnet for more illegals to come. Other congressional Republicans have said Joe Biden can enact many of the changes that they want to immigration through executive action, although he has continued to call for legislative action. Now, he did executive action when the first day in office. All those executive orders that Trump had passed, he rescinded. Yeah, Biden did that. He could re-implement any or all of those with the stroke of a pen. Yeah, we do know immigration is the first or second largest concern for the American people, depending on which poll you look at. All right, so that's the little hidden secret. Like I said, 5,000. You're just cutting it down. Do that math over 365 days a year, 5,000 a day, and on top there is still a legal immigration process allowing 1 million plus per year to come into this country anyway. Meanwhile, all right, Eagle, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I appreciate you putting me back on, Steve. Hey, listen, Steve, yeah, I understand you. I think you said that Pappy was on hold.
Yes.
So hopefully he's listening. Hopefully he listened to what I'm saying, and he can answer that question that I've been asked about these immigrants, how they can assault a police officer and be back out on the street the next morning. Because you and I both know that it doesn't happen. American citizens. If you or I attacked the police officer, I guarantee we wouldn't be back out on the street tomorrow morning. See, here's the deal, Steve, man. This is just totally disgusting. What everything you've been talking about tonight. All that does is incentivize somebody to want to come to this country. If you're sitting in Guatemala and Honduras right now, and you receive a phone call from somebody that's here in the U.S., they say, "Hey, listen, guy, guess what? Guess what New York City's doing? They giving us free food here in New York. They giving us $1,000 of free food a month here in New York City. You need to get your ass up here to New York as quickly as possible." That's all they're doing is making more and more people want to come to the U.S., Steve. This is the most ridiculous thing. And here's every American to be pissed off about it if you call yourself an American, because they're using your tax money to do this. Hey, we have people right now, Steve, American veterans, people that put their life on the line in Vietnam, Korean War, Afghan War, you name it, and they sleeping on the street right now, and they don't have a food. They don't know where their next meal gonna come from. And you mean to tell me that Joe Biden and the Democrats are gonna give a free meal to somebody that's here illegally? This is like a slap in the face for anybody who calls themselves an American. It's just disgusting and sickening to even hear these type of things that you're talking about. It's almost like we're in a bad nightmare, Steve. It's almost like I wish I was in a nightmare and I wake up tomorrow morning and everything that you had said was not true. But unfortunately, we're not in a nightmare. It's actually reality. It is really sad what they're trying to destroy America with all these different. And I think I even heard out there in California, Steve, Gavin Newsom said that he was giving people free medical care, illegal medical care.
Yes.
That just make even more immigrants want to come to the U.S. when they hear that they can get medical care for free at the expense of a hard-working American taxpayers, brother. It's really sad what this administration. And here's the real scary part about it, Steve. Like I talked to you about last Thursday, they keep bringing up Michelle Obama's name. If you think things are bad now, my man, if you think things are bad with Joe Biden, you ain't seen nothing yet. Let Michelle Obama get in the White House. Let her get in the White House, and you really gonna see what bad is. You think they're giving a handout to the immigrants now, brother? You ain't seen nothing yet. When Michelle get in, she gonna make Joe Biden, if that's possible, Steve. Michelle Obama she'll make Joe Biden look like the best president the United States ever had. That's how bad she'll be at doing her job. They're already racist, with the racist agenda that they had the first 8 years that loser was in the White House. Can you imagine what the race agenda is going to be like in America when Michelle gets in?
it's going to be terrible. And I got some happy news to tell you, though, Steve, before I hang up with you tonight. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's I seen on the internet while I was on hold. I was looking. Maybe you could check up on it. I heard that good old, the ugliest woman in television, Whoopi Goldberg, is in the unemployment line because I heard that they canceled The View due to low viewership, which nobody wants to watch that garbage. They have finally discontinued The View, so that's good news. No, we no longer have to look at Whoopi Goldberg's ugly face on the television. So maybe you could check up on that and confirm, and hopefully it's true that Whoopi Goldberg is in the unemployment line where she belongs. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. I could pretty much tell you straight out of the box that there have been, false postings via, social medias, all that, many, many times over the years. No, The View, they're not going to cancel The View. Let me see here. Yeah, I've seen that so many times. But it's never been true. They've got great ratings. Why? I don't know. But because there are millions of women that tune in every day and they think they're actually getting their news, the real news from The View. So, don't hold your breath on that. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. A Kansas Highway Patrol trooper receiving praise for helping deliver not one, but two babies on the side of the highway in less than a month's time. About 3 a.m., January 12th, Lauren and Mike Rosales left Ark City, Kansas, hoping to make it to the Wichita Hospital, which was an hour's drive away. Yeah, the minute I told Mike it was time to go, I just felt like we weren't going to make it, says Lauren. All of a sudden, things got really, really fast. In about a minute, the minute we got in the car, I was like, Mike, this baby's coming. We're not going to make it. Yeah, Mike said his wife told him to pull over on the side of Interstate 35, which he did, called 911. Minutes later, Trooper Devon Bram came to the rescue. About 5 minutes after we started everything, I saw the lights off in the distance, and that was kind of a sense of relief, according to Mike. All right, the trooper stepped up as a calming force for the couple. He credited his training and the births of his 3 children with helping him with a checklist of what we needed to do. He knew the cold weather presented a concern, so we had blankets immediately available. As long as the baby's breathing and crying, staying warm, that's what you do until the paramedics get there. With his help, Pearson Rosales was born on the side of the Kansas Turnpike. I guess that was actually the second such incident, literally in a month's time. And he said it's been a crazy month. I hope that's it. But if it comes again, he said he'll be ready for it. You ever delivered a baby on the side of the road, Pappy?
No, Steve, I haven't. And I remember going through the police academy and going through first aid and all that kind of stuff. There was a nurse that came in and taught us how to deliver a baby. That was a long time ago, though, Steve.
Right.
I don't know, man. Do what you got to do, though. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of help it out there a little bit. Pull one shoulder out at a time and hope it's not a breech baby. Make sure the umbilical cord ain't around the neck. Man. Answer Eagle's question. Steve, let's reverse this in New York. If that was an immigrant laying on the ground and you had 6 or 7 police officers kicking him in the head, what do you think would happen to them police officers, Steve?
Boy, oh boy.
They'd be indicted the next day. I'm telling you what, Steve. You got to get out of these liberal cities, man. That's all there is to it. Thank God there's still some cities here in this great country that ain't going to put up with that. But you go to Chicago, you go to LA, you go to New York. It's just what you got, Steve. It's what you get, man. Joe Soros, liberal whackheads running the place. Man, what a little story there Monkey Gadger gave, huh? That's the first I heard about it, seeing his post on Facebook.
Right. Stuck on I-40. That had to be scary.
Steve, in a wartime, especially go back to World War II, what's the first thing you do? What's the first thing a military does, Steve, when they're planning on invading a town or a city or whatever? Take out the bridges, man.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the ones you want to cross. I'll tell you what, Steve, if they wanted to disrupt commerce going across these highways, it wouldn't take much. I mean, there's really two main bridges in Ohio. You got the 71, 75 bridge, right? And you got the Big Mac, the 471 bridge. I guess maybe three. Then you got the one over on our side of town coming across into Lawrenceburg out of the airport. Goes into Indiana for just a hop, skip, and a jump into Ohio.
Right.
You shut down them three bridges, Steve. You just screwed up Ohio, and it don't take much, man. Put a couple cars on the highway and set fire to them. Maybe get the gas tanks to explode, do some damage to the pavement. You just shut them bridges down. So I hope, like Monkey Gadger said, was that a test run? Man, I don't know. Things we got to think about, be prepared for. Steve, I just sent you an email, man. Did you see that?
I have not, no. Let me pull it up here.
So,
little fact sheet.
Yeah, if you go to the White House. Yeah, if you go to the White House website, Steve, what's that say? To all the nocturnal listeners. It just came out of the White House a couple days ago.
Biden-Harris administration announces temporary pause on pending approvals of liquefied natural gas exports.
You believe that? They want to shut down natural gas exports now?
Didn't that have something to do with the fact that they're PO with Greg Abbott? I mean, they're in Texas. I think that was...
That's my guess, Steve. What happened with when Putin invaded Ukraine? Tried to slap all these sanctions on him.
Mm-hmm.
What happened when Abbott doesn't want to play ball with the federal government? Slap some sanctions on Texas down there. Man, these are some dirty people, Steve. Talk about just, cutting off your money flow, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like Trump said, man, we're sitting on liquid gold. Liquid gold. And they want to lie, look straight in the camera, and tell us that, this climate crisis, we're all dead. Shut down the oil, shut down the gas, shut down the natural gas, shut down the stoves. Shut down our ability to stay alive. Shut down the food sources. You're all going to eat bugs. Shut down the fertilizer to grow crops. They're going after the farmers. Do you see what the farmers did out in, was it New Zealand? Dumping all the cow manure on the highway.
Yeah, I mean, they're spraying it on like the Parliament building, spraying the crap. I mean, it's a mess.
See, they are literally stopping farmers from growing, saying that it's causing too much climate crisis. These people are whacked out, man. You can't make it up. It's just flat out craziness. You know, starve us to death? Whew. Unbelievable. Well, yeah, Eagle, man, you know the answer to that. You flip that screen around, man. Have a video, that same video. You put uniforms on them illegal immigrants and flip that script around. What do you think they would do to them?
There you go.
Man?
Yep.
They'd be wanting them hung on Fountain Square, Times Square, right? Hang them high. All right, Steve. That's all I got, my man.
All right, and the fact that these guys, I know several of them are on buses headed for California. That sounds to me like they have no intention of showing up for any sort of a hearing.
No, and to give them OR bond too, Steve. Not even have them post any bail. They literally walked them in and walked them out. I don't think they're going to go back to Mexico. They got it made here, man. Yeah, all they got to do is go to California. Heard a story the other day where they had this immigrant, man, should have wrote it down. He was wanted for something pretty serious, like a rape charge or something of that nature. And this jail had him, and they released him without even calling the feds, Steve. Where the law is, hey, if you got an illegal immigrant that's got felony violent charges on him, like Dick said, they're supposed to be deported.
Yep.
Immediately. They released him. And didn't even call ISIS. Just unbelievable. You could just scratch your head and say, what the hell?
Absolutely.
All right, my man. Appreciate the call. Everybody hammer down. Be safe.
Thank you for checking in. There you go. There it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, rolling toward news break, top of the hour just ahead. Hello to Steve in Columbus. Kicking off a new week. Hope everybody's weekend was enjoyable. Of course, ours came and went way too fast, but it was restful. The coffee is poured. The car is ready to hit the road. Looks like it's time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Can't finish if we don't get started, right? Everybody enjoy your Monday. Greatest day of the week. I did not see any further. Did Joe Biden actually make his visit to East Palestine, Ohio? Supposed to have been for the 1 year anniversary. Wasn't that over the weekend? Either way, after that incident, you may recall that there were some changes. Railroads announced after that fiery crash. And according to the latest figures, those changes haven't really made a major difference. And reforms have stalled in Congress. A few key measures in the latest Federal Railroad Administration statistics, including the total number of train accidents, actually got worse over the first 11 months of last year compared to the same period in the previous years. Meanwhile, there were some improvements in other numbers, like total derailments. The overall picture is that rail safety hasn't significantly improved in recent years. And as the Norfolk Southern derailment in East Palestine last February 3 and others demonstrate, just one derailment can be disastrous when hazardous chemicals are involved. Of course, that small town near the Ohio-Pennsylvania border is still struggling to recover 1 year after the fact. Yeah, give you more on some of the numbers, and you'll be flabbergasted when you hear the numbers, how many accidents or derailments happen on any given day. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters. New this Sunday, we learn U.S. forces hitting more than 30 Houthi targets in Yemen. This comes a day after striking at least 85 locations in Syria and Iraq where Iran-backed proxy groups are operating. These terrorists have hit more than 160 U.S. military targets in the region in the aftermath of the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. They also killed 3 U.S. soldiers last week in a drone strike. Now, the Pentagon says the U.S. strikes against the Houthis targeted missile systems and launch sites in Yemen, along with air defense systems, radar, and helicopters. President Biden at a campaign stop in Las Vegas. He wins the Democratic primary in South Carolina. We also learned the president, for a second year in a row, will not be sitting down for an interview prior to the Super Bowl, which had become sort of a tradition in the country. No reason has been given. In other news, New York City launching a $50 million program to hand out prepaid credit cards to illegal aliens. Administrators from Democrat Mayor Eric Adams' office will begin handing out the prepaid credit cards to families being housed in New York City hotels. The Immediate Response Card initiative appears to be similar to the state's food stamp program. This freebie comes as New York City police say the latest crime wave is illegal aliens who have formed pickpocketing teams who are stealing wallets, purses, and cell phones from unsuspecting patrons at restaurants and bars in Manhattan. At least 4 of the illegal alien men involved in assaulting 2 police officers last weekend in Times Square, kicking them in the head, were arrested and set free on no bail, and they have reportedly boarded a bus to California. New York Governor Democrat Kathy Hochul asked about the crime. She tells reporters these men should be deported. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
In USA News for Your Health, there is word those high-energy drinks with caffeine may be bad for you. USA's Corey Myers with the very latest.
According to new research, those who drank energy drinks with caffeine or stimulants in them had a higher risk of mental health issues, including attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts.
To Capitol Hill now, where no charges being filed against the 2 men who had sex on a desk in a Senate hearing room. USA's John Schaefer reports.
The inquiry into an online video showing a congressional aide engaging in sexual activity within a Senate hearing room is now being ended by authorities. The U.S. Capitol Police say no evidence of criminal activity has been found. Following the revelation of the scandal late last year, Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland, a Democrat, declared that the implicated aide no longer had employment in his office.
Taking a look now at your money, a big burst in hiring taking place in January. The government says 353,000 jobs added. That's almost twice what economists had predicted for the month. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says unemployment at 3.7%. Strong tech earnings leading to a positive session on Wall Street. The Dow gaining 134 points to close at 38,654 Friday at the closing bell. That's a record. The Nasdaq up 267 points. The S&P 500 up 52 points. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Another hour. Final hour, as a matter of fact, on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. What in the mix? Let me finish up on the railroad discussion. Where, according to the numbers, things haven't really improved. The railroad industry defending their record as the safest way to transport hazardous materials over land. Something the head of the National Transportation Safety Board agreed with in recent testimony in the House. The Association of American Railroads Trade Group says most of the measures that the railroads promised to take last spring weren't actually completed till late last year, so they're not being seen in the numbers yet. Safety stats are kind of mixed for the 6 biggest freight railroads that dominate the industry: Norfolk Southern, CSX, Union Pacific, CPKC, Canadian National, and BNSF. For the majority of 2023, the total number of train accidents increased slightly to 4,845, including more than 600 deaths. When comparing 2022 and 2023, the total number of derailments declined about 2.6%, but there were still nearly 3 derailments a day nationwide. Now, the railroads say that roughly 2/3 of those happen at slow speeds in the rail yards, don't cause significant damage. But 3 a day, there were 53 major derailments last year, causing damage over $1 million, a surge of nearly 33%. Norfolk Southern has said the cost of the East Palestine derailment has already topped $1.1 billion, and that total will just continue to grow with the cleanup costs and lawsuit settlements. Health-related issues, right? Lawsuits for people living, those who lived there with the toxic plume. All right, a little more on from industry headlines here. Back to the trucking sector. We were talking about all the chains left on Snoqualmie. Thousands of chains. Looks like in the state of Colorado, they're kind of sick and tired of truck drivers screwing up the highways in wintry weather. A bipartisan pursuit would implement additional rules for commercial vehicles traveling in the state during winter, including chain laws and lane restrictions. Truck officials have concerns about this pursuit, they say. Senator Dylan Roberts said his bill would enhance the safety of commercial vehicles on Colorado's highways during wintry weather. My new bill, Senate Bill 100, proposes common sense reforms that will reduce crashes and keep our highways open. First of all, the chain law. The bill would require commercial vehicles to carry chains when traveling on Interstate 25 and any interstate, U.S. highway, or state highway west of I-25, including the mountainous sections of I-70. Existing state law allows the Colorado DOT to issue closures or require certain equipment like tire chains on I-70 from September 1 through May 31st each year. That rule applies for the stretch of interstate between milepost 133 and 259. Bill sponsors say the legislative pursuit follows continued chain violations, commercial vehicle accidents, and unnecessary highway closures. All right, a left lane rule. Another provision of the bill would bar commercial vehicles from the left lane on I-70 between milepost 116 in Glenwood Springs and milepost 259 in Morrison. An exception would be made for passing a vehicle driving below the posted speed limit. Now, the state already prohibits trucks from traveling in the left lane through Glenwood Canyon. Colorado Motor Carriers Association says they feel like this left lane restriction could result in operators who travel back and forth from Denver to the western slope each day to risk running out of hours to complete their task. Speed limit enforcement zones. A separate provision would establish heightened speed limit enforcement in Glenwood Canyon along I-70 eastbound from the 116 to the 131 and westbound from the 118.5 to the 131. The areas are described in the bill as where there are safety concerns related to commercial vehicle drivers exceeding posted speed limits. Double fines would be authorized for commercial vehicles committing a speed violation. Now, OOIDA's Director of State Government Affairs kind of questioned the need for that. There are no studies showing increased accidents in this area or where trucks are the main cause of the accidents. In fact, I'd venture to say the majority of the accidents are caused by the passenger vehicles. When I read this bill, one thing comes to mind, that it is arbitrary and capricious. Lastly, chain-up areas. The Colorado DOT would be required to study the feasibility of increasing the number of chain-up stations and rest areas. The intention would be to help ensure commercial vehicles have the equipment and needed rest before traveling on the roadways. Money from increased penalties in Glenwood Canyon would be tapped to help fund additional chain-up areas. Morris says it is nice to see Colorado recognizes the need for additional chain-up locations. What isn't nice is the fact that they want to target trucks for speeding and double the fines, that's a typical money grab from the state. Morris said that he's certain the trucking industry already has paid for the chain-up locations tenfold through taxes, fees, and tolls, questioning how the state utilizes the existing transportation revenues. Let's do a little forensic accounting of Colorado's transportation revenues and see where all that money's going before we start targeting truckers and trucking companies for more revenue-enhancing schemes there in the state. All right, Colorado, there you go. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. Said he's getting over being sick. It's too muddy to load the big tipper, so I'm going to go after some stuff with hot shot rig tomorrow. Everybody have a great morning. It is 844-844-3388. There's the Scarecrow on a Monday. Hi there.
Well, Steve, I caught Gouger's call. I missed maybe 10, 15 minutes about the middle of it there, but Steve, I'm kind of thinking maybe it's time for maybe a couple hundred of his closest friends to get together and slap him up alongside the head a few times. Steve, it seems like the stars are all lining up, and they're getting ready to say, hang them spurs up and call it a career, man. Just what's taken place just in the last few months there, Steve. what else is going to happen in his adventures, so to speak, that that he's going to hopefully be around to talk about, share with us. It just seems like the trucking gods are saying, let's call it a career, man. Boy. But either way. Let's see. What has taken place here? Over the weekend, talking to a acquaintance of mine who lives in Green Bay. They run a maple syrup operation, half hour, 45 minutes north of Green Bay. And he said Saturday they just finished tapping the last of their trees. They got a couple thousand taps out there. And, he said this is the very earliest they've ever been able to do the tapping. And there was a report on a Green Bay station. He's a senior citizen, but he had actually been cooking syrup back in January already. He said that has never, ever happened in all the years that he's been doing this and such. But I guess, but as I said last week there, if that rodent saw a shadow, I can certainly handle 6 more weeks of this weather.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. And anyway, going on Lobster's call there a little bit, he kind of tweaked my curiosity, and actually another flashback. He brought up about the bakery goods, the day-old stuff and whatnot that he really wasn't too excited to be sharing in and taking home and whatnot. Well, Steve, my 4 years of high school, I spent working on a local dairy farm on the edge of town, and barring field work, one of Saturday's projects was always to drive down to the bakery in La Crosse and get a pickup load, and this is a pickup with the 4-foot racks on the side. Fill that thing up with whatever they had for leftovers. A lot of the bread was the whole loaves that hadn't gone through the slicer yet. But sweet goods, anything and everything that comes through a bakery, we would take back to the farm, and they fed that to the herd, Steve. And it varied depending on how much butter fat a given cow would produce.
Mm-hmm.
The higher the numbers, the more the sweets and whatnot they got on top of the bread. Whether it was help production or not, that's the question. But they always had one of the top producing herds within the state of Wisconsin, so they were doing something right. Oh, but anyway, I mentioned when I dialed up there the whole illegal immigrant thing, and we've talked about this recently, how the national media, network media, and all, you would think this was a news breaking issue, the whole border clash and what's going on down there. Last night, that would have been on 60 Minutes. The biggest invaders right now are from China, Steve.
Yes.
They run the numbers. And maybe somebody else talked about this that I missed already this evening here, but there's one particular zone that it's so, they're counting, was it 4,000 or 5,000 a day that are coming through this? And it's just it's a fence that's been erected, but the whole world knows about where the end of this fence is, and it's just a steady train of illegals waltzing around the end of the fence. And the Chinese are far outnumbering any others from the deep south and beyond, but and they're not destitute by any means.
Mm-hmm.
They're well groomed. They're dressed proper. They're bringing traveling type luggage. Hard shell luggage with wheels on, and yeah, they are seeking asylum and such. But yeah, well, we've talked about that for quite some time now. That it's not just from the south. They're worldwide. They're coming across, and they're not stopped there at all, Steve. Once in a while, a border guard will happen to drive by, and he'll watch them, coming across the border. Nothing is said, nothing is done, and they're on their way. So yeah, what kind of border control is there? Biden is claiming how effective his actions are down there and all, but don't seem to be any reactions or proof or results to be shown for his excellent control of the border down there and all. So either way, I guess we're kind of light on news here this morning and all, but I kind of almost thought Pappy might have something to say about that too, but he's maybe banking it for tomorrow or such. So that's all I had for the moment.
Hey, thank you for checking in. Have a great Monday, if there's such a thing, right? And we'll return after this to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to the phones we go, and who we got on board?
How you doing, Steve?
Hey there.
This is Pup.
How we doing, Pup?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Did you get you a rototiller? I could send you some seeds for growing your own sweet corn this year.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, on that, all that stuff, Gouger's right, and Pappy's right. If they would ever hit any of those bridges that go east to west or north and south over the Ohio or the Mississippi, that they would cripple this country. You wouldn't believe it, but it's just terrible. And like Scarecrow just said about the Chinese, there's also people from Iran in here. it's not going to be good.
We know there's a whole bunch of them here that have, would it be nefarious plans?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and as far as Eagle, those liberal cities and states, I mean, here last fall, me and my neighbor was out talking around the alfalfa and stuff, and started hearing these shots, and next thing you know, they were ricocheting off the dirt and stuff, and I went over there and I confronted them. I said, "Do you guys realize you're shooting at?" "Well, we can shoot anywhere we want to." I said, "It ain't going to be in my area." And I called the county sheriff's department, and they said, "Well, we hope you didn't go over there unarmed." And I said, "Well, I'm not going to confirm or deny that." And they said, "We'll check into it." Here it was 3 guys, and I gave them the license plate number and stuff, and 3 guys that had just gotten out of jail, and they somehow obtained a high-powered rifle. I said, "How in the world did they make it to down here?" I said, "You would be surprised, but I've always got law enforcement's back and stuff, but something bad's going to happen, Steve. I just know it. And you probably know it too, in your gut. Something bad's going to happen.
Just a matter of when they get their orders.
Yep. And have you ever seen any footage yet of they hit 85 strikes on Saturday and 30 on Sunday?
Correct.
Have you ever seen any footage of that?
I know they have I've seen some footage. I mean, there's not a whole lot that I've seen, but yeah, there have been some official U.S.
Yeah, I haven't either. Yeah, and but boy, they were sure proud of showing those empty warehouses that they blew up. But I've not seen anything yet, and it just breaks my heart, Steve, that I want my grandkids and I want your grandkids to grow up in the same America that we did, but I don't think it's going to happen. Not with all these liberal ideas out there and stuff, and it's just upsetting. But I am looking forward to spring and planting my garden, all that business. I was giving you the raspberries about getting a rototiller, and I'll send you some seeds down there. That, or you're more than welcome to come up and enjoy the fruits of the labor
of the pups corn. Okay. Well, hey, I got to pause there.
USA News Update. This Sunday, there are brand new developments in the Middle East. U.S. forces have hit more than 30 Houthi targets in Yemen. Now, this comes a day after the U.S. strikes at least 85 targets in Syria and Iraq, where Iran-backed proxy groups have been operating. These terrorists have hit more than 160 U.S. military targets in the region, all this in the aftermath of the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. They also killed 3 U.S. soldiers last week in a drone strike. The bodies of the 3, 2 women and 1 man, brought back to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware on Friday. Turning now to the race for president in 2024, President Biden winning the Democrat primary in South Carolina Saturday. We also learned the president, for a second year in a row, will not be sitting down for an interview prior to the Super Bowl. No reason has been given. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, here's what we had in regards to the strikes on the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. Of course, we're striking in Iraq and Syria, not in Iran. The strike Saturday, against the Houthis, launched by U.S. warships, as well as American and British fighter jets. Strikes followed an air assault in Iraq and Syria on Friday that targeted other Iranian-backed militias and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. The Houthi targets Saturday 13 different locations struck by U.S. FA-18 fighter jets from the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower aircraft carrier, the by British Typhoon FGR-4 fighter aircraft, and by the Navy destroyers, the USS Gravely and the USS Carney. Tomahawk missiles coming in from the Red Sea. Of course, the U.S. warned the response after the soldiers' deaths at Tower 22 the previous Sunday would not be limited to one night, one target, or one group. There's been no suggestion that Houthis were directly responsible, but they have been the prime adversaries since Hamas attacks. We've had over 160, probably 170 attacks on U.S. forces since then. Lloyd Austin said in a statement that the military actions with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, Denmark, the Netherlands, and New Zealand sends a clear message to the Houthis they will continue to bear further consequence if they don't end their illegal attacks on international shipping and Navy vessels. We will not hesitate to defend lives and the free flow of commerce in one of the world's most critical waterways. You sit back now, you just kind of wait and see. Will this deter them? Yeah, how much of a hit did they actually take? All right. Hours before that last joint operation, the U.S. took another self-defense strike on a site in Yemen, destroying 6 anti-ship cruise missiles, as they've repeatedly, when they've detected a missile or a drone ready to launch. The day before the strikes, the U.S. destroyer Laboon and FA-18s from the Eisenhower shot down 7 drones fired from Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen into the Red Sea, and the destroyer Carney shot down a drone fired in the Gulf of Aden. U.S. forces took out 4 more drones that were prepared for launch. Latest over the weekend. Will it be a 2-day? Is this, what's next to come? We don't know. And what will the Iranian response be? Because the simple statement from the Iranian forces were, every action garners a reaction. What's the next step? All right, Daryl joins us on a Monday. Hello, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Doing all right. Can't complain, I guess. I had a little bug over the weekend, so my weekend was pretty much with me in my bed, if you know what I mean. But everybody else doing all right.
I was watching those 2 policemen get hurt up there in Times Square, and I thought a K-9 unit, if each one of them had had a K-9 unit, that would have been a different picture.
A whole lot different picture.
And they need to have more of those police officers with K-9 units and have them out on the sidewalks and have them out on the street. I remember when they used to ride horses, and they didn't mess with those horses when they waded into a mob or into a crowd.
Right.
Scarecrow was talking about the maple syrup, and there's about 9-10 of us men go to a camp up around Jamestown, New York, on Lake Chautauqua once a year. We call it a winter camp. And I see those maple syrup operations, and they use PCV pipe. And they pipe that stuff for miles and miles back to where they cook it off. And they ship that maple syrup all over the United States. And then the Amish will have maple syrup for sale along the highway. And there's nobody there. You pay what you want to and put the money in a box. And it's the beatin'est thing I ever saw. They'll have a pie or a cake or a bottle of maple syrup. And that's the only place I ever saw that, is between here and western New York, where we go.
I'll bet about that.
You like maple syrup?
I do.
I like it on my pancakes. It's just the difference in this homemade malt syrup you get down at Kroger's. I'll let you go this morning. I wanted to know that your audience was live and well.
Live,
and,
all right.
We thank you, and we thank Hot Shot for the program.
Hey, we're live and kicking here on a Monday. Well, thank you, Daryl. Have a great day. Appreciate you checking in. It is 844-844-3388. And another industry headline quickly here. The FMCSA proposing several changes to the CDL requirements. I guess they actually put this in the Federal Register finally on Friday. I think we touched on it last week, but it had not been published yet. Indeed, they announced the plans published in the Federal Register last Friday. So the comment period is open. Truckers and other stakeholders will have about 2 months to let them know how these changes will affect the industry and safety. Now, they said the changes are aimed at increasing flexibility for state driver licensing agencies and applicants. It was prompted by petitions from the ATA and the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. Changes include giving applicants the option to take a CDL skills test in a state that's not their home state, allowing commercial learner's permit holders who have passed the skills test to operate commercial motor vehicles on public roads without a qualified CDL holder in the passenger seat, removing the requirement that an applicant wait at least 14 days to take the CDL skills test following the initial issuance of a commercial learner's permit, and lastly, requiring third-party knowledge examiners be subject to the training, certification, and record check standards currently applicable to state knowledge examiners. All right, OOIDA said there certainly may be some areas to improve the CDL administration process conducted by the states. Any changes should not sacrifice necessary skills testing or driver training. We have long expressed opposition to waiving requirements for a CDL holder to accompany a commercial learner's permit driver in the front seat. Far too many drivers are entering the industry without the proper training or safely operate a commercial motor vehicle. Once again, the FMCSA should be finding ways to bolster training requirements, not weaken them. Most of the truck safety groups were also critical of the proposal. The FMCSA said it believes the changes will not hinder safety. The agency proposes to improve the efficiency and convenience of obtaining a CDL. So if you'd like to comment, you can go to the regulations.gov website. You need the docket number, which is FMCSA-2023-0015. They'll be accepting comments through April the 2nd. Regulations.gov. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, Steve. You doing okay this morning after your bout over the weekend?
Yeah, I'm getting. I mean, still got a ways to go, but I'm feeling a lot better than I did say Friday.
Well, that's good. Daryl was just mentioning that about the canine dogs. Have you seen where different states are trying to put limitations on the police dogs, the guard dogs, or what you want to call them? I don't know how far that went, but I know they were trying to get it to where that basically you had to keep them on a leash or something. You know, they claimed that too many people were turning them loose and telling them to attack if somebody was fleeing, and that just wasn't fair to the criminals. And it's like, well, that's the whole purpose of them. You know, they're supposed to bring the criminal down. You know, and anyway, but what I called about was, you know, you all were talking about all the problems that I'm hoping not Biden, but I'm hoping Trump gets reelected. But this deal with Taylor Swift, Trump is still too easily baited, because they were talking about, well, you know, Taylor Swift has all this following and all this everything. But they need to break it down. How many people are of voting age that are her followers? How many people plan to vote for Biden anyway? I mean, really, when you get right down to it, I'm not sure how much of an effect she would really have. But the media is trumping up this story that Oprah Winfrey helped Obama win in the primary against Hillary, which she did. But they're giving it way too much weight, because the reason that the real reason that Obama beat Hillary back in the primaries was I can't think of her name right now, but she's a Democrat activist and all that. She was here in Indianapolis, and she believed that guy, they called him the Breck boy or the Breck girl or something, that had the illegitimate kid, and she says, and she kept backing him in the primary because she really didn't care much for Hillary Clinton. And she was upset when it come out and he really did father a child. And she said, well, now he told me that story wasn't true at all. And it's like, and a politician lied to you. How surprising.
Right.
So anyway, when it came right, I forget the exact details, but when it came right down to the primary there, right down to the Democrat convention, they pulled out the stops there or something. They made sure that the Breck boy was gone, something like that. Anyway, they made sure that he couldn't give his delegates over to Hillary Clinton, because had he done that, Barack Obama wouldn't have been the Democrat candidate in 2008. But all that aside, I don't know, what it's going to take for Trump to realize that people bait him constantly, and he falls for it time and time again. And instead of just going out there and saying, this is what I've done, and here's the example, and, if Taylor Swift wants to, back illegal immigration, terrorists in Gaza and all that, well, more power to her, because we have people in my camp that really don't, support those type of ideas.
In all honesty, Vic, when it comes to endorsements, I mean, everybody, looks to get the list of how many people actually vote based on endorsements anyway. Does an endorsement matter to anybody?
No, not really. And that's the other thing too. He jumped on, who was it, UAW, and all that. How many union officials back a candidate, and most of their members actually vote the other way?
Correct.
I mean, that's been going on for years. So, but no, these endorsements, whether it's celebrity endorsements, officials, or whatever, they really don't count for a whole lot. They have their set of people, and they were going to vote the way, if somebody comes out and says, this organization backs a Democrat candidate or a Republican candidate, basically they're preaching to the choir. The people that was going to vote that whichever way it was, they're going to go right on and vote that way anyway. So the only real kind of, I guess you'd say, the fly in the ointment right now is they turned around and made this ballot harvesting thing legal again. And that's, I thought that had been made illegal in most of the states years ago, I mean, whenever people went like to a nursing home or something and told somebody, say, well, here, you just sign this ballot and I'll fill it out later. I mean, I know that went on all the time, but it wasn't supposed to be going on. And when they went into places like that, there was supposed to be a member from each party that went in to pick up voters, and they were supposed to be present whenever a person signed that ballot. But I think most of the time what happened when they went into a place like that, they just split up and went to people they figured was probably going to vote for them anyway or whatever. So that ballot harvesting thing, that definitely has to, that needs to go back to the way it was before. You couldn't do that, and there were restrictions on it. And again, the unqualified absentee ballot thing. I don't know where all that got started, but somehow, some way it did. And there's a lot of election reforms that need to take place. But, and the other thing, too, is that I was going to mention, this Letitia James up there in New York, she's going after the NRA, and I think she's pretty well. She found out that the leader of that, Wayne LaPierre, I guess he was living high on the hog.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow, some way, she can't find any liberal organization that's going on. But I'm pretty sure it's going on in some liberal organizations, too. And that's the type of thing that Trump needs to be centering in on. And I don't know. I be honest about it, I couldn't even tell you what Taylor Swift sings, what genre of music or songs or anything else.
Right.
I've seen these pads come and go. You remember the Deadheads years ago?
Certainly.
They used to travel all over the country.
Yep.
So Trump is making way too much of that whole thing. And I did notice that she's supposed to be worth close to $1 billion, and better for her, because I guess she was just a regular old country girl from Hendricksville, someplace down there in Tennessee. And I know she had a feud with her manager a few years ago. I don't know if she still has the same manager or not, but there's a lot of people making money off her right now, and she's making a lot of money. More power to them. That's about all I can say. But the guy that was asking about the B-1 bombers, I'll switch over that real quick. Their B-1B bombers are only stationed at two air bases. One's at Ellsworth, up in South Dakota, North Dakota. One, I always get it mixed up. But anyway, the other one is at Dyess Air Force Base in Abilene, Texas. And they said they had a training accident that crashed one of the B-1B bombers up there at Ellsworth, and they had to move the rest of them down to Dyess Air Force Base. And the other thing that they said that they couldn't hit back over there in Iraq and Iran real quick was weather. Both of those seem a little suspect to me, because the B-1B is an all-weather bomber. Weather doesn't make any difference to it. And the other thing is, when they first come out with the B-1 bomber, somebody said, well, it flies supersonic, and they don't need any heat on the leading edge of the wind and wings. And then they crashed two of them up there when they went to land at Ellsworth. So I don't know what happened, that they shut the runway down up there, because they'd had crashes up there before. And then when they got to looking at it, it's like, well, you don't land at supersonic speeds. You have to land at regular speeds. And then it's one of those with the hydraulic wings. When they go to land, the wings are straight out, and then when they get supersonic, they rotate back to being kind of a delta wing shape. So but the gist of it is, maybe they happened, I don't know, but neither one of them really made any sense to me. But that's what they said. And the other excuse they used was, well, we knew they were going to move stuff, but we wanted to see where they moved them to. So are they going to hit where they moved them to, or trace them down, or whatever? So I just don't really think that Biden is serious about putting an end to this. And sooner or later, Iran's already said they're going to strike back. And I was on the road back there after 2001. Every tunnel you went through, every bridge you went over, there was some sort of law enforcement there, watching and everything else. And as we've seen from the deal there with down there in Memphis, they definitely aren't guarding our corridors like they did back then. And that's kind of hard to understand, because Iran's already told us they're going to strike back, and it will basically be in this country. And the other last thing I was mentioning, you mentioned about China. At one time, you used to, if you were from a communist country, you pretty much had an open pass to get into this country, if you were seeking refuge. So I don't know if that policy is still yet in place, because China is still a communist country. So why they would be wanting to get into the country illegal if they could just say, you know, we want to get away from China and the Chinese Communist Party, it kind of puts a doubt in your mind, you know, why are they trying to get into this country illegally and surreptitiously instead of just finding, matter of fact, if they could get over to the embassy in Taiwan, they could put in a claim for asylum in the United States there, you know, so something a little fishy is going on there to me, but maybe I'm just a little bit too conspiratorial or suspicious, but there's just a lot of things that just don't line up, and hopefully it's an election year, and Iran might think, well, you know, if we do this, we'll probably guarantee Trump's election, so maybe we just better kind of cool it. And we're like 60 to 90 days away from getting nuclear weapons, so, you know, we might want to strike back, but, you know, maybe we can let a few rebels get hit or killed or whatever, as long as the United States keeps letting us have money and doesn't cut us off. So I think it's just a 50-50 proposition. And unfortunately, it's all in Iran's hand as to what they decide to do.
Yeah.
So with that,
all right. Well, you brought up China there, and I don't think we had a chance to touch on it, but it was like testimony last week from the FBI director telling lawmakers in the House that a fresh warning about China's global ambitions. He said that there's been far too little public focus on the cyber threat that affects every American. According to a copy of the prepared remarks, China's hackers are positioning on America's infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities if or when China decides the time has come. Yeah, those comments, along with assessments from outside cybersecurity firms, including Microsoft, which said that the Chinese hackers have been targeting critical infrastructure. I mean, water supplies, the electric power grid, American businesses, you name it. But with that, we are pretty much out of time here on a Monday. All right, so we'll have to close it out there. Appreciate you spending some time with us. Have a safe day, safe travels, as they say. And come back at the midnight hour Eastern Time. Tonight, we'll do it all over again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.